How's it going, everybody? And welcome to the official director's commentary for a little-known extreme demon in Geometry Dash that you may have heard of, called Master of Puppets, by yours truly and more. So, I guess to explain what this even is, I'm a big film fan, and I kind of took inspiration from how directors have full creative control over their project and the whole process and everything when I hosted this level over the course of like 3.5 years or whatever it was. So I always had this idea in the back of my head that one day down the line, if this thing ever got finished, I would indulge myself a little bit and basically just commentate about what it was like to make this level and where it came from and all of the lore and history and secrets that you might not know about it. So that's what we're here to do. I'm here to talk about the greatest creative project that I've ever done, Master of Puppets. So this is, if you can't already tell, this is going to be pretty unscripted. I do have a doc that I've written with a bunch of notes of things I want to hit, so I don't ramble, which is what I'm doing right now, but not for too long. And yeah, we're just going to go through everything I have to say about this level, and I really hope you enjoy if you're a fan. So, to start things off, I want to talk about a little bit of where the idea and drive to make this level came from. So I guess we can pull up some examples here. I've always been inspired by the classic mega collabs of this game, and particularly hell-themed ones and ones that lack cohesion. So I guess we can start with a little-known level called a Thanatos, which actually is my hardest level in the game now. So I guess this is a pretty good example of what, when I think of the word extreme demon, and just like, I guess a better example would be like if I had never played the game before and you told them that the hardest difficulty in Geometry Dash is extreme demons. The first thing I would think of is like literally the theme of this level. Like it's just red, it's brutal looking, it's just desolate, it's like there's no joy here. Playing an extreme demon does not sound fun. So we're going to make this as brutal as possible. So when I saw this level come out and just how clean it looks, how dedicated it is to its theme, I was like, that's the kind of level that I want to make one day. So it's levels like this, and you know, there's other classic hell levels, but also one thing that really also inspired me was levels that lack cohesion. And I think a very good classic example of that is a little known level called Phobos. Now, this level has kind of a mixed reception, to say the least. Some people hate it, some people think it's ugly and looks like shit, and some people, me, the minority, I guess, thinks it's pretty awesome, actually. I guess, though, the real thing that inspired me about this level, in all honesty, isn't really how it looks, but I guess just, like, each individual part is kind of, let's be honest, either mediocre or, like, fine or, like, pretty bad. But it's when you slap them all together, it kind of looks like a compilation album of a level. And that's just such an interesting concept to me, and not something that you see in a lot of other video games. So like, with a level like this that doesn't really have a direct theme, and if it did, it's definitely lost on me. This is just a bunch of creators building the best that they possibly can. And a lot of these are pretty inexperienced creators at this time, and it's pretty easy to tell because I don't need to go into it. You know what this level is. But just that idea of like, there's not really a direct theme, so you can just do your style and we're gonna slap them all together and you'll get to showcase your work on a big stage. And that's just such a cool concept to me, because this community is accepting of that. Like, you don't need to have the most polished thing ever to get it to have recognition. So I wanted to combine both of those things, and a lot of levels have done that. Combining like a loose theme, which would be hell in my case, and you know, some other things that I instructed them to do. And also like, but you also don't have to make it fit with the part that goes in front of you. You can just do your style and let your freaking brain and heart flow into the screen, and it's freaking awesome, you know? So a level actually that's a little bit more modern than the ones we've been looking at, that kind of goes into what I'm talking about, and one that inspired me a lot too, was the Yandere. I think this is actually a really, really good example, and its sequel too, but this is just a level that came out back when I was, you know, wanting to think about, when I was really getting in the idea of thinking about making my own thing. I was like, the Yandere is like honestly kind of a more of a modern classic than some of the older ones we were just looking at. They had this theme of not necessarily hell, but like I mean, we all know what a Yandere is. It's like a crazy freaking bloodthirsty girl or whatever. So they wanted to make a freaking like brutal bloodthirsty level, but also every person in this level gets to do their own style. You got a part that looks like this, and then you got a part that's got freaking, I think Dansman's in this thing, and he's doing his thing, and then you got freaking, I don't know. Oh, J-Ghost just completely made a gray part in an otherwise red level, but it's still like kind of creepy and off-putting looking, so it works. Like, just do whatever you want. It's freaking awesome. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what I want. This is like honestly a huge inspiration for Master of Puppets. But I think you kind of get the point of what I'm talking about. I do want to talk about a couple other levels though that inspired me. This is an obvious one, and also all the other levels in this trilogy. Honestly, you know what? I think Digital Descent might be a better example, to be completely honest with you, because I think out of all three of them, it's the one where the parts like least go together, if that makes sense. Cybernetic kind of has like a stripped back, like more simple look in each part. So like, obviously it's going to go together, and Artificial is just like, they wanted to make everything look as good as possible, so it just kind of fits. But Digital's like kind of wonky looking. Like some parts are like kind of have a lot of emptiness to them, and some parts are like super filled up. But anyways, just the levels where each creator can do their own style and do the best that they can. More classic examples of this is all three of these levels. These have more of a focused look to them, each one. Like obviously like the Hell Factory's all red, it's all hell themed. Avistar Phantasm's mostly like kind of like spacey blue, almost like a cave look to it too, which is kind of cool. And then, you know, grayscale artificial ideology. But like, these are all levels that kind of follow what I'm talking about. And they're also maybe even more than the Ascent trilogy, just because they're more made by creators who kind of like pound to the beat of their own drum, I guess, is the only way I can put it. They're not really trying to follow. Again, since they're so old, they weren't really trying to follow like some kind of standard for how well they're supposed to play or supposed to look. They're just kind of doing their own thing, but they all like look great. So yeah. Freedom Awaits, also a great example, and also a good one because of length too. What's funny is this level's like half the length of Master of Puppets, and it was considered like ridiculous to make a level this long when it came out. But this one has like a pretty direct theme, I think, but also like the theme is that everyone can kind of build their own thing, but that each part also like follows like the super like fast-paced and high-pitched song too. So you got like parts like this that are all like heavenly looking when the piano is going like, and you know, and then you got parts that are like kind of like more traditional design and stuff. So like all different kinds of styles going on in here for like a long period of time. So this has always been like a classic in like long levels that lack a little bit of cohesion. Another quick example of a level that definitely lacks cohesion, but is also made by a bunch of creators that weren't well known at the time and kind of aren't today either. This level's like aged a lot, but I kind of love it for that because you don't see a lot of levels that look like this nowadays. Like who is using a color scheme like this with a dual spider nowadays? Like, come on, that's awesome. Throw some freaking green lightning in there because you feel like it. Like, it's cool. Like, it's fun. Fun fact, someone who built a part in this level built a part in Master of Puppets, and I brought them back from retirement and to play the game after who knows how many years to build a part. So we'll get into that a little bit later though, but you know, just had to pay homage to my old classic weird collabs that everybody loves. Idols should be obvious. Everyone kind of builds their own thing, but they're also like all kind of paying homage to a certain style, so they kind of fit in a weird way. But then you have people that build a part like this where they're using default blocks with like this huge logo in the background. It's like, who would ever think to do that? Whoever made this part, shout out to you. I kind of don't remember your name, to be honest. This also has some of the, but that sucks, dude. And it's like, that's fine. Sinister Silence has a bunch of creators together that are doing their best to do their own style and have it fit with this crazy like metal song with these like cheesy vocals that are super fun, and like there's parts that literally go like perfectly with the song in this level, and there's parts that don't at all. And that's okay. That's what's so fun about making levels like this, is you can literally do whatever you want and it'll create a finished product and people will play it. It's awesome. So this level, I think if you can take anything away from this level, it's that you can make anything and people will want to work with you because people love playing this game and they love putting products out. And even if it's 8.5 minutes long, people will still want to work on it. So just go and do it. It's fun. Just have some fun. Make something long. Do it. It's fun. But yeah, as I said, I could talk about inspirations all day. I think you get the picture. We can kind of go into my level in particular when I wanted to start creating it. So with levels like Sinister Silence and Freedom Await and even Flame Wall nowadays, I wanted Master of Puppets to have this huge grand feel, because I was like, if I'm going to make an extreme demon and I'm going to make it hell themed and I'm going to make it as hard as we can make it in a reasonable amount of time, spoilers, we didn't even do that. If I'm gonna do this thing, I want it to be big and I want it to feel important and intimidating and crazy. So I needed to find a song that matched that grand, crazy, powerful feeling and the hell theme at the same time. Now, back at the time when I was wanting to make a level like this, I honestly didn't listen to a lot of I didn't have an interesting music taste, I guess is the best way to put it. I would literally, honestly, a lot of my Spotify was filled with Geometry Dash songs and then shit like The Beatles and The Cure, and that's kind of it. So nowadays I've listened to like almost 800 albums. Like actually, like I'm huge into it. And honestly, Master of Puppets was kind of the catalyst for that almost, or at least part of it. But anyways, I wanted to find a song that felt like it meant something. Now, whoa. Before you freak out and click off the video because you see what's on your screen right now, I promise this is going somewhere, okay? So, again, at the time, it was in 2022, I started this level, oh my god, I can't speak. This episode of Stranger Things came out in the summer of 2022, and at the time I was in Spain. Actually, I'm from Florida, so that was new for me, and I was going on a vacation with some friends, and at the time we were all Stranger Things fans, and we're all white people, okay? We like a little bit of cheesy sci-fi every now and then, okay? To be clear, I'm not really a big fan of this show anymore, to be honest. I don't think it's anything that interesting, but at the time I was a big fan, and I thought season 4 was really fun to watch. So when this episode came out, I watched it, and wouldn't you know, if we go to the soundtrack, isn't that interesting? There is a little sequence where a certain character plays this song on a guitar to distract the monsters, and like, it's a cheesy show, obviously, so like, if he's gonna distract them, he's gotta play something cool. Okay, so I heard that song, Master of Puppets, by a little band called Metallica, and I was like, you know, I feel like I've heard that before. So I went on my Spotify, which I barely used, and I played the song while I was on like a train or something. That we were going to some other city in Spain for the day. I think we were actually might have been going to Barcelona, now that I think about it. But anyways, we were on the train, and I pulled up Metallica's Spotify page, and I put on Master of Puppets, and I listened to it, and then I listened to it again and again and again, and I was like, okay, this might be like one of the coolest songs of all time. This is awesome. Where has this been all my life? And then it hit me. I was like, wait a minute. I feel like, why has nobody tried to use a Metallica song in a Geometry Dash level before? What the hell? I have to research this. So I went onto YouTube, and it doesn't even really come up for me anymore, but at the time, back in 2022, I looked up Master of Puppets Geometry Dash, and this video came up. And I was like, Maxis 9? What the heck, dude? I've heard of that guy. Who hasn't? And I started watching this, and I was like, what the heck? Oh my god, that was loud. I'm so sorry. I was like, there's a freaking level that uses this song? And then I quickly realized it's not the full song, and also, I think that's the fucking alien from Alien for some reason. Oh wow, that's cool. I forgot about that. So I was watching this, and I was like, okay, this is kind of cool for being 7 or 8 years old, but like, is this really the only thing we have in the game of Master of Puppets that's like a finished product? And like, okay, does this really scream Metallica, this decoration right here, to you? So I was like, okay, nobody's really done what I wanted to do, which is to use the full song and make this really intimidating level. Oh wow, that's this level's awesome. Okay, you don't get decoration like this anymore. Come on. Oh wow. And it's got gameplay like this. Come on, we could get a little bit more creative these days. So, okay, if anything, if this tells you anything, it should tell you that it's not easy to make a level to a full 8-minute song and have every part be super interesting and creative, and have, oh wow, yeah, sorry, and have it all work together and be something that, you know, clearly wants to represent every aspect of the song. Wow, that's some interesting gameplay. I haven't watched this video in a long time. So yeah, you know what, to be honest, this is a level that inspired me to make mine too. I was like, you know what, if they could try to do it 7 years ago and finish something, I can do it better now. And I'm gonna try to do my best. So a few months later, after I had been back from my trip to Spain and I was getting settled into college, I was like, you know what? I think it's freaking time. I'm gonna start this thing. It's gonna give me something to do on the side of my schoolwork while I'm trying to settle into college. It'll keep me grounded because it's doing something that I'm used to, Geometry Dash. I'm gonna start this level. Let's freaking do it. Metallica Master of Puppets, Geometry Dash style. It's go time. So if you don't know, before Master of Puppets, I've hosted a few collab in my time, alright? I'm not new to this whole thing. I'm not getting too in over my head. Spoilers, I still was. But I have created a few collabs that I'm honestly, to this day, still really proud of. I think Has Been in Land of Frogs and Old But Fool's Gold. This one, not many people know that this is even my level because I put it on my friend's account. But I wanted to try to make a kind of a style for myself, so I made levels with cartoon songs. I made some goofy decoration in this one with some cool creators that I worked with. So this kind of laid the foundation for when I made Master of Puppets, I was like, all right, people have already worked with me. We've already gotten finished products done and out before, and they've gotten rated and they've been awesome. People have enjoyed them. People are going to want to work with me on this. I think I can do it. So the first thing when you're making a collab that's going to have a bunch of people working on it is you need gameplay. So to start with, I was like, we need to make a layout. And this was kind of honestly even like the test of, first of all, if I could get even people that would want to make a full level to this song. So I was like, yeah, let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can round up, I don't know, like, I think it's 40 people that made this layout or so. I was like, let's see if we can get all these people that want to make parts. Let's see if I can get them to all finish in a timely manner. And that's what we did. So I asked a bunch of people that I knew could make some cool gameplay. The person who made the first part makes awesome gameplay, and I knew them from, we're in the same private server. I worked with this person on the demon list. This person I've built in a collab with before that never got finished, but I was like, hey, you make some cool gameplay. This person, same thing, I've built with them before. Zeronium, everybody knows Zeronium. They make awesome gameplay. So that was my kind of test. I was like, let's go ask a bunch of people. So when I went to start this, I was like, okay, I can't just be like, hey, we're going to build an Extreme Demon to Master of Puppets. Go build your gameplay, and that's it. No, we needed to have a little bit more of a focus going on here, right? I needed to really get into my director role and tell them what I wanted and to have this thing have a cool vision and all. So that's what I did. I set out some ground rules, and I actually can go over those. So obviously I knew I wanted this thing to be an extreme demon, but definitely a list demon. So I knew if this thing was going to be 8.5 minutes, I was like, we don't have to make every part like super, super hard or anything like that. So what I told them was I wanted the finished level to be Yatagarasu difficulty. I'm not kidding. And if we take a little look-see at Pointer Crate real quick, the official demon list. Let me pause this. Yeah, this level's a little bit lower than 150, you know, a little bit lower. So I told them to make parts that were easier gameplay than Yatagarasu. The level today, that's not what happened. That's not what happened, spoiler alert. At all, actually. People made parts that were actually... It's been confirmed, this layout in this unnerfed current state that you're watching in right now was like literally impossible. You couldn't beat it. There were some parts that didn't work because I asked people that I hadn't really worked with before on collabs before. And yeah, that was kind of an undersight on my part. Was like, I don't really know what these people are gonna do when I tell them this. So as you can see, that's a little bit harder than stuff that's in Yatagarasu. Oh boy. So when I saw that people were starting to make stuff that was super, super hard, I was like, you know what? I can't play it anyway. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it type stuff. So this layout ended up being like pretty much top 1 when it was finished. But it still had a lot of gameplay that was playable, that I could see what was going on, and I was like, okay, this is well structured. This has things that decorators could latch onto. It looks kind of fun too. We can do this. We can do this. But anyways, aside from the difficulty, another thing that I wanted to really hone in on, and this is something that it just kind of came to me. I didn't really get it from any inspiration necessarily. I mean, there's levels that have dabbled with this concept in the past, but it wasn't really like the song that told me this. It's just something that I thought would be cool. And that is vertical gameplay, or gameplay that, you know, tries to be as vertical as possible. And I think this part is probably the best example of that in the level. There was just something about having to climb up this like huge mountain of difficulty. I guess it was more of like an analogy for the level's difficulty. Is like you got to climb your way all the way to the top, to the peak, to the top of Mount Everest if you really want to beat this thing. So not every part I said had to do this, and we went over which parts of the song would fit with that best, obviously. But you know, there's parts in there's little things in each part that, you know, reference that concept. But then there's parts like where is it? Here. There's parts that really go in on the concept and want to go up. Like this one's just slowly climbing up and then slowly climbing back down. And then right at the end, it just goes crazy. We gotta go all the way to the top. Go, 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 go. So it's just like stuff like that when the power of the song really calls for it, you know? And I really thought we could do a good job with making our gameplay like dynamic in that way, going all over different planes. This part's pretty cool too with that. I don't even really think I told them to go down in the when you go into the ship and up when you go in the cube. Well, this is my gameplay, and I tried to have it going up a certain way. We up, 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 down, 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 down. I think you get the picture. I wanted it to have climbing difficulty to it. And I think that that's something that came through really well in the final product. There's a lot of parts that feel really intimidating, especially the finished version of the part that I just showed, where you're climbing this huge structure near the end of the part as you're going crazy, having to click all these orbs at the same time. They did a really good job of like honing in on that like anxiety of like, holy shit, am I going to be able to make it to the next platform? So I'm really glad that I told them to do all of that. But yeah, to be honest with you, there's not much other than that I really honed in on. I wanted them to, all of their styles to really shine through. And there's objects, you can even see it with, if just by just looking at the layout, these kind of like metallic objects that Stiletto used, Gizmo didn't use any of those. And it gives the part a whole different feeling. You can really see what each creator wanted to do. So when the layout was all said and done, I was like, wow, I think we can actually do this. I finished this super long layout, still going 7 minutes in with some crazy hard timings. I think we can do this. Creating the layout really didn't take that long. I think it was only like a month or a month and a half or so, and it was from like September-ish to December of 2022. So it was kind of around 2023, the start of that, when I started focusing on getting people for the decoration aspect. And I had a lot of confidence because we made this really cool layout that I was really proud of, and I had so many different ideas, so many different styles. I was like, I'm so excited to get people to work on this. And then reality, you know, sort of set in. If it's not super clear, building a level like this isn't that hard. I'm talking about a time frame of like, I started making this layout in 2022. We're near in 2027, okay? This level's creation is going to turn 5 next year, like the conception, I should say. Getting the amount of people that I needed to work on each part after the layout. Someone that could really hone in on making a cool looking part that we were all proud of. Getting that amount of people for this long of a layout was like kind of an impossible task for a lot of the time. So I was like, you know what? I'm getting a lot of rejections from cool creators I want to work with. This thing doesn't really seem to be going anywhere. I think I need to go back to square one. So that doesn't mean I restarted a collab or anything. I guess I should say I went back to where it all started, which was with the layout. And I looked at the things I was seeing that the creators put down in the editor. This cool, awesome gameplay that has so many different ideas. And I said, okay, what is it about this layout that makes it so special? and what about it can I convey to who I'm asking to decorate that will make them see this project the way I see it. So I have a few examples of that. First, I want to start with the first part, and I'm going to put this in a slower speed so we can really take it in. So, the beginning, Hayden's part, you can see very obviously that the person who is making this gameplay knows what they're doing. They have a clear, competent style. They're very obviously experienced. They know the different ways that the player can interact with the mechanics of the game. They're making pretty standard GD structuring, which I'm saying as a good thing, because as any host can tell you, crazy ass looking gameplay and structuring is not easy to get decorators for, because they just want to see blocks and put stuff on the blocks. So I was like, okay, it's a miracle that I wanted Hayden to build the first part, because that is going to get me to get to a place where I know somebody will sit down, look at this, and know that it's possible to decorate. So that's kind of what I took when I was making my gameplay, not just for this level, but just for any level I've built for in general, is you gotta make it look like it's possible to decorate it. So I went even further back and I looked at some of my previous collabs, actually. So when I was looking through some of my old collabs, this is my second collab that I made. It's a level inspired by the Disney show Amphibia, so it was going to be swamp themed and frog themed and that sort of thing. I was looking at what makes these levels special, and I came across this part decorated by a really talented creator named Aqualine. And I was like, alright, when somebody sees even just this screenshot, they know what the style of the level is, they know the vibe, they know it's cute and goofy and squishy and cartoony. Alright, we have a sort of baseline. So I was like, alright, I've already worked with these people before, I'm gonna go and ask them if they want to try to build a master of puppets. And that's where a lot of the decoration roster comes from, was my previous collabs, because they're just so gracious and want to work with this guy who doesn't know what he's doing, but they still wanted to because they're great people and they're super talented. So after asking a bunch of people that build in sort of a traditional way, when I was looking through creators on YouTube and classic collabs and current collabs, I was like, you know what? At first I wanted the tone setter to just, of the level, the first part to just kind of be traditional hell, but then I was like, why don't we just ask someone to do something the complete opposite of that? Because I wasn't getting anywhere at first. So that's why I got someone from a previous collab to start the level. And I was like, build in your own style, because you know what? You've already worked with me before. We have an established kind of companionship together, and I think that's going to get us to start off in a strong place. So once that started working, I was like, all right, I need to take more notes from what I've got from this layout, because it's informing me of things I didn't see before. So I want to highlight a couple parts of the layout that really kept me going in the early days of this level. This first part I think is incredible. Just so much fun to play. It really just dives you straight into the intensity. It's got all of it even has some of the verticality in the second half of it, where you're climbing up and all that. So it's just a great tone center. Hayden did a great job. The next part I want to highlight is Zeronium. And once Zeronium said yes to building in this level, I knew that we could get somewhere for sure this time. And it's just such an honor to have Zeronium in the level nowadays, because he's so much more well known nowadays than he was back when he built this gameplay. But even when you're looking at this, it kind of has similar qualities to Hayden's gameplay, where it's just so competent. Like, you can just tell he knows what he's doing. And he's not trying to do anything that's going to throw you off guard or like make you think that you don't know what you're seeing. It's just like gameplay that flows really well together and really respects the mechanics of the game in a fun and bouncy way. So when I knew that I could get figures in the community that had been around for a long time and kind of had a more established repertoire of things than me, I really knew that this level was going to go somewhere. So this was a big motivator for me, and this is just such a fun part. And even after this, he's evolved so much as a creator. He's gotten a bunch of solo extremes now, which is so awesome. And I'm so glad more people are discovering Zeronium. And I really can't thank him enough for being a part of this level, because it wouldn't exist without him. So honestly, sort of an evolution of what I was just talking about, another part I want to highlight is Gaiden Hurtney's part. I don't think that he even needs an introduction, at least for, you know, veterans of this game that have been playing it for years at this point. If you've played any Extreme Demon collab, actually I should say, if you've played many Extreme Demon collabs from back in the day, this name's going to be familiar to you. And more than just having people in the game that are established and people know the name of and have been working with other creators for years, even more than that, having someone that has been around for so long and has inspired so many different people and has really made their mark on this game's history, having someone like that, and not only that, someone who inspired me to start making gameplay, because he just showed me that any idea you can put down on the page can be made into something that's super fun and accessible. Having someone like that really got this level moving in an awesome and just a fun direction. So he's built in so many iconic levels, and he has such a distinct, fun, grand, awesome style. But at the end of the day, Gaiden Hurtney's just an awesome gameplay creator. And he made the level more fun, more just classic feeling, more like Geometry Dash. And that got this level into such an amazing place. And I really, really appreciate him building in it. So you may have seen when I was going through the video, when I was just playing in the background earlier, that there's a part in this level that I skipped past, or in this layout I should say, that I skipped past, and that's this part. And you might know, if you know Master of Puppets nowadays, that this gameplay is not in the finished level. And I don't really want to go into too much of why, but the short answer is that the person who made this gameplay, I don't believe to be a very good person, and I found that out soon after they made this, which was fun to deal with. So regardless, I wanted to not have their name associated with the level. So instead, I got someone else to replace their gameplay, and it's by a creator named Nexegi. And you've probably never heard that name before, and that's okay, because when I asked them to build in the level, I hadn't either. And that's because I literally went on Twitter when I still had one of those, sorry, X the Everything app. I went over there and I was like, does anybody want to build in my level? Literally anybody. Because I was like, you know what? So many of the people that I've worked with in previous collabs have given me a chance when they didn't know what I was capable of. And I wanted this level to kind of have a spontaneous feel to it, which is something that I'm going to get into a little bit later with how the process of keeping parts and axing others went. But I was like, you know what? I want to give someone out there a chance to build in a list demon when they don't have a resume. So I found Nexegi, and he did a great job. The gameplay he made, it's not on the screen right now, it's in the final level. It fit what the previous person put down on the page very well. It went with the decoration, which already existed, by the way. They had to build gameplay that went to existing decoration. That's not something that literally ever happens. So it's experiences like that that shaped what Master of Puppets is. We just do things on the fly. We change things. We mash amalgamations together to make something the best it can be, even if it's fundamentally flawed. And that's something that I want people to take away from my level, is that you can fix anything about your level. You can make it any vision you want it to be, and I promise you there's somebody out there, even if they've never built a level in their life, that will want to help you do that. Another quick one I want to mention is Gizbro. Now he doesn't really need introduction as a gameplay creator. Gizbro's one of the best gameplay creators this game has ever seen, and he makes such interesting, strange ideas, but that also feel so unapologetically GD and are just so much fun and go together in such an interesting way. It's almost like the gameplay has always been there. It's not like a person put it down. It just feels like that's what it should be, even if it's so strange sometimes. And he does that in a way that's just so inspirational to me. So when he said yes, and I was like, I've watched Gizbro as part of the gang for years, and he makes such amazing levels. I was like, when he said yes, I knew this level was going to go somewhere. So I'm really glad that this part is in the level, because it's one of my personal favorites. Another part that's really important to this level is Nimbus's part. Someone who I worked with on the Demon List for years, one of the nicest people. If you ever get the honor of talking to him, he's one of the nicest people that's ever played this game, and I know that anybody who knows him who's watching this will agree with that. You may not also know that he's one of the best asymmetrical duel creators in the entire game. He was one of the hosts of Storming Summit, that awesome Celeste-themed list demon that was there for many years, that has an amazing asymmetrical duel made by Nimbus, of course. And when I was like, when I got to this is kind of indicates the very like middle of the level for me. I was like, I want a unique challenge to fill the meat of this level. I really want you to feel like you're in the weeds of it when you get past the halfway point. And Nimbus just delivered like I knew that he would. He made an amazing asymmetrical duel, and it really gave this level character. And it's something that I'll cherish as part of my level forever, of course. I mentioned this before, but Frostburn's part's a great example of verticality. Literally the most objective definition of what I was going for, just climbing every step of the way. And they've actually said that they would change a lot of things about this gameplay nowadays since they've grown as a creator, but I'm really glad that this is in the level, because it went all the way to the top of build limit in 2.1, and that's like the most grand you can get as like the final climb before you like descend back down into hell in the level. So I'm really glad that they came through with delivering on my concept. So just because I can, I'm gonna toot my own horn just a little bit with my own creation that's in this level. You're not gonna hear me talk about this ever again, because everything else in this level is made by someone else. But I can proudly say that I knew from the start when I heard this song, I was like, if I make a level to it, I am going to build that iconic, famous, and brilliant guitar solo. So that's what I did. I made the gameplay for all of the guitar solo, and it's honestly, even if some people have said that I've made better gameplay, I think this will forever be my favorite gameplay that I have ever made, just because it's in, you know, my level and we got it done and everything. But I was super proud of this. It fully is my style. It's fully taken, it wears its inspirations on its sleeve. It's a little bit amateurish with its structuring sometimes. It also feels super big and grand, and it has some of that verticality right there that I was talking about. It fully fits in with the level. It's going crazy all over the place, and it's fully mine. And that is what I love about it. So I want to talk about some of the inspirations that go into this level, or this gameplay that I made rather. And there was an example that I just saw. So right from this cube portal, what you're about to see right from here to about there. I don't think anybody knows this because I don't think it's super obvious, and I don't think I've said it to anyone, but that gameplay that you just saw right there was heavily inspired by one of my favorite extreme demons in the game, which is Wasureta. And when I first saw Wasureta, I was like, that gameplay is just amazing, and we don't have to talk about who made it. That can stay off the table. But when I saw it, I was like, each click flows directly into the next, and you're always going up and down, and it's kind of like an orchestra, and there's little tiny wave parts that fly, and maybe they're one click long, and it just feels so freeing to watch. So I was like, I've always included like references to it in my gameplay and other levels, but I knew I had to include it in there. So that's why you see a lot of gameplay where in this part that has clicks that flow right into the next, and like you'll hold from one game mode and it'll shoot you into another one. And yeah. Another thing is I am a veteran of early 2.1, so that's why you're gonna see things like this. I don't really know if this screams early 2.1 or mid 2.0 with people not knowing what they're doing, but I wanted to have weird like auto parts that don't know really explain why they're there. I wanted to have invisible size portals. That's early 2.1 if I've ever seen it. Green orbs and ships. That might be, I think this is actually a reference to Novel Boys the Furious. But otherwise, yeah, I wanted to have like amateurish qualities to the gameplay, because to show that anyone can make anything and make it cool. So that's why there's things like that in there. But overall, as you go through this part, I wanted it to just look and feel like I was just building what I felt at the time. This is a product of its time, and it's always going to sit this way. It has some flaws, maybe some inconsistencies, but it's fully what I was feeling that the song needed from me, and I tried to make it fit, and I tried to make it great. And if I succeeded at that, it's more your place to say than mine, but all I know is that I had a great time making it, and I put all my ideas out on the table, and they'll forever be there in my level. So I'm really proud of that, to say the least. We'll talk about this part before Schman's part later in the video, but I want to talk about Schman's parts because they're such a pivotal and important part of the level, because it's the only person that has two separate parts, and they're both so chaotic. Like almost too chaotic, maybe someone could argue. A little over the top. They have so many fast clicks you have to do in quick succession. Like, look at that. That's like less than 0.3 seconds of gameplay where you gotta click 3 times and then line yourself up for a dash orb. Like, nobody else builds like that, not especially when you're over 6 minutes into a list demon. So that kind of over the top chaos, just craziness, we're going nutty mode on it, is what I wanted Mop to have, and Schman fully delivered on these like intense moments. And even more crazily, the second part, which is essentially what I like to call the final climb of Master of Puppets, from here on out is it's fully just going from one fixed point and climbing all the way up to another, where you're going through all of these crazy paths and weird clicks that are right next to each other, game modes overlapping, swing copter for some reason, crazy dual ship and wave that lasts for 1 second, like it's just going all over the place. All of this gameplay was made by Schman when they were plastered, dude. Like, holy, like, I'm not kidding. That's not an analogy or like some kind of like, whoa, this gameplay looks like it was made by someone who was drunk. It's too crazy. They literally were drunk. Like, they had just come back from a crazy night out with the pals, and they whipped this up off of 2 brain cells and a bunch of alcohol. And it's the final intense, probably the most intense moment in the entire level. And that's something that not a lot of people know. This part of the level was made by a drunk person. And that just goes to show you that sometimes, you know, you can make something great. You can make it all the way home on 5 beers and you're driving the car and you can't really see where you're going, because it's not the drunk drivers, it's the drunk crashers. Something else cool is, not that I knew it at the time because I had worked with Narwhal on previous projects that probably no one will ever see, but Narwhal is the host of Flame Wall, that awesome level on the Demon list that's, you know, super iconic and always will be, and that I am proud to have a part in. I have a part in Flame Wall, so it makes me really happy that the host made an awesome part in my level. This gameplay looks like it was made by somebody who knows what they're doing. Like, can we be so real? Like, I know I said that about previous parts, but like this might be the best example of that. We got fake spikes in here to make it look nice, awesome ground spikes, these structures that like fit in perfectly like a puzzle piece. Like, it's just beautiful, man. I love Narwhal's gameplay. They did such a great job with Flame Wall and everything else that they're worked on. So I'm really happy that they're a part of my level. Now, after, you know, this part, which was made by in a certain way under a certain state, we have literally the final moment of gameplay in the level, which this username, they don't go by this anymore. They did at the time, but this gameplay right here that lasts for like, what, like 2 seconds, I think? Maybe less than that. That little bit of mirror portal shenanigans, that was made by my childhood friend who doesn't really play Geometry Dash. I thought that they were one of the people that first showed me that this game existed in the first place. I think maybe the person. I didn't really play it much back then when they showed it to me, but they're someone that has inspired me creatively. I talk to them all the time about different movies and shows and animated series or whatever that we're into, or video games or whatever. I've been friends with them since we've both been born, like literally. So it's just an honor to have someone like that who's supported me my entire life, and now has literally supported me in Geometry Dash as well. Make the final crazy wild send-off. And Scotch Tape did actually die at that part as their furthest death in the level. They didn't die to the previous final climb, no. They died to gameplay that was made by a, for lack of a better term, noob. Like literally someone who doesn't play the game. So it's just an honor that they're in the level, and it's if for nobody else, it's a sentimental way to end off the level for me, and I love that about it. So that's kind of my little rant about the level's layout. The video just froze for a second. That was kind of crazy, wasn't it? It's kind of my little rant about the layout. I'm really proud of how it turned out. So I want to get into how hosting this felt for me and what the final product looks like, how the decoration process went, and all the different things that went into making this level. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this part of the commentary, and now we're going to get into the next one. Alright, so I know I talked about it a little bit, or I at least hinted at it a little bit in the last section, but I wanted to take a little second to talk about my overall experience with hosting this level. Because I don't think it really gets talked about a lot with hosting, especially levels that are this large and this long and, you know, going to be this hard and all that. Hosting is not easy. It really isn't. I mean, I guess that might seem like obvious to a lot of people because a lot of levels don't get finished. I mean, more levels don't get finished than do, obviously. And there's countless stories of levels dying out because of, you know, people don't want to work on them, or, you know, whatever reasons there may be. But yeah, it's not really something that I think really takes a ton of skill, hosting a level, unless you're doing something that's like never been done before in the game, or like some like one of a kind project that's like absolutely unbelievable. that it could be made. It's more just about the fact that, especially when you're a solo host, you're kind of just alone in the role. And the only thing that's going to get the level to a finished state is really you. Because at the end of the day, yeah, there's all these amazing creators that are creating the literal level. But if you're not a good leader and you're not, like, pushing them to keep working on their parts or to really be, like, passionate about the project, especially when it's taken multiple years, if you don't have that same passion, then nobody else working with you is going to have it either. So that's really hard to keep up, because you're doing something that, if you're creating a new level, it's something that you know you're putting it into existence. Nobody else but you is making what you're making. So you're always going to have that thought lingering in the back of your head, like, is this even possible to make? Like, not in the sense of like could anybody make this, but can I make this? Can I find the people that want to work with me to get this thing done? Is it possible? Do I have it in me? And the answer to that question doesn't come until the level's done. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, overall, my experience with hosting this level was, most of the time, I'm going to be honest, not very fun. Because I knew that I had a great idea for a level, and I knew that I cared about it a lot. I knew that there was people that wanted to work with me. But even sometimes, some days, that's not enough. Some days I would open up the direct DMs with the creators that are working on the level, or I would look in the server and I would ask people, like, hey, how's your part going? And the worst days is when I wouldn't even get a response at all. And then I'm just, like, sitting there, like, twiddling my thumbs, like, is this thing ever gonna happen? Am I worthless? Like, this there's no point in me even starting this thing. Like, I'm crazy. Nobody cares. And then there's days where you get a response and it's like, no, I'll have some progress probably tomorrow. And then in 2 weeks goes by. You know, everybody knows. And I'm not trying to sit here and say that any of the creators who built in this thing were in the wrong for doing that. It's just, we all have lives. We all have other priorities. And sometimes I get home and I don't want to build a part for a collab that I'm in. So I totally get it. It happens. You don't want to always be on Geometry Dash, like, slaving away for someone's level if it's not what you want to be doing. It happens. I'm just simply saying that my experience was that kind of feeling of not knowing if this level is going to ever get done. That kind of uncertainty lingered in the back of my head for over 3 years, literally. And, you know, everybody that worked in this level I'm grateful for, but some of them I didn't even introduce into the project until it was in its latest stages, you know? Many of the parts that you're seeing on the screen right now didn't exist for years, and I didn't know if they ever would. But I guess if you can take anything away from this, and this doesn't even really need to just apply to Geometry Dash, but if you know that the idea you have for your creative project is good, and you really know that you want to get it done, do not give up. Do not. Okay? There could be a million things that people will tell you. There could be a million thoughts that you have in your head. Like, is all of the work and time that I'm spending on this thing even going to be worth it? Like, when it's over, it's over. Like, the level is just going to be out, or the project is just going to be done, and then that's it. Because no, if you know that it's worth something, and you know that you have something to say with your project, then it is worth it to put in those years of practice and time and effort. Because the reception that Master Puppets got after all of my and everybody else's hard work paid off made literally every single day where I didn't know if this level was going to get done worth it. Okay? And even if most people didn't like it, that's not the point. We finished this thing, okay? And even if you don't like this level, even if you think it's a piece of shit and doesn't represent Metallica well in any way, and it doesn't do the song justice, whatever your criticisms are, We sat here for years and we put our work into this level and we got it done. We finished it. It's a finished thing. You can go play it right now and it'll be there for until RobTop freaking stops paying for his game servers, okay? And even then I'll still have the video for forever, okay? So I don't want to hear that hosting a level like this isn't worth it, and I don't want to hear that it's like just a waste of time, because what you're watching on the screen right now while I've been saying all of this gibberish, all of that happened because I didn't give up, okay? And all of that happened because all the people I worked with didn't give up. And it has its flaws, but it exists, okay? And that's probably, more than anything, the most important thing about making art, in my opinion. It's not even the fact that it's cool or just fun to do, and definitely not even the fact that you have something to say and when you want to put it out in the world. It's the fact that you made it in the first place. You made something that didn't exist, okay? So I don't really know what I was going to say in this section. I just knew I wanted to try to get it across that this thing was not easy to make. I would ask... there would be days where I would go into dozens and dozens of creators' DMs, ask them if they would want to build in my level, and I'd get 47 no's in 2 days. Like, I'm not even kidding. And do you know how, like, disheartening that is? But that's not the point. The point is that you persevere. There's no magic, like, sauce, and there's no magic answer. There's no easy way out to finishing a level like this. I get questions, actually, from collab hosts all the time that are like, how do you get people to work on your level without, like, hounding them every single day or creating these insane deadlines? There's no right answer, and there's no easy answer. You just have to keep pushing, and you have to keep working with them every day and making sure that they're working in an environment that's comfortable for them and that they're working on a project that they really care about. And you just got to keep pushing, and that's it. And sometimes that can be the hardest thing ever, and that's okay, because if I can make it through with only having a couple of levels that I've made in the past that are nowhere near this level's length, then you can too. So keep pushing and make that creative project that you've always wanted to. All right, so now that we've gotten all of that off of my chest, whatever that was, now we're gonna get into the actual, really the meat of the commentary, in my opinion. This is what a director's commentary is traditionally. I'm going to go through every single part in this level and give you my insights, my thoughts on it, like where it came from, what it means, every single part, why it looks the way it does. And yeah, I guess that's what I have to say. So I think we should just get into it, to be honest. We got a lot to go through. So I talked about a couple of the gameplay parts, and not all of them, because I wanted to leave some of it for this portion of talking about decoration and how it fits into the gameplay, all of that. But more importantly, how this level looks was very important to me, and it's really what gives its identity, or the majority of its identity, I should say. And that all starts with the first thing you see when you load up the level, and that is Aqualime's beautiful, artsy, kind of cartoonish, but solely GD looking decoration. So as I said, I mentioned in the gameplay section, I've worked with Aqualime before on my level Land of Frogs. And back then I found them from their part in Frozen Cave, which is a absolutely stellar, artsy, kind of cartoony and fun vibe extreme demon that has a really neat theme and execution. Aqualime built a lot of that level's decoration, and that's how I found it for Land of Frogs, because I wanted my level to sort of have a cartoonish feel to it, that being Land of Frogs. And when I went and asked them if they wanted to build the first part, there were other creators and other people telling me, like, is that really what you want the first thing in the level to look like? You want to make a traditional hell-themed level, and that's not really what this screams. But, you know, I think that I was thinking similar things as well. But, you know, I have a style in this game. I have made levels that are cartoony. I like levels that are cartoony, and cartoons are some of my biggest inspiration when it comes to creating things. So I wanted it to be right when you jump into this level, you're just plunged right into some crazy things that you might not be expecting, but it also looks like it'll just be lighthearted and fun, and looks like it was made by someone who wants to make something that's just gonna stick in your head and has this kind of maybe like childlike wonder kind of vibe. So I think that yeah, it's kind of a callback to some of my other older levels, but also it's putting it on a new fresh light, and I'm so honored, honestly, that Aqualine wanted to be the opener, because I think that it nailed my vibe as a person well, and translating that into GD was kind of really just an honor, I guess. And so aside from the general look of the level, there's a couple things I want to mention about this one specifically. In the background, so hey, Future Zink here. So Past Zink goes on to talk about these statues that Aqualine put in the background, and I'm 50% sure that I misremembered what Aqualine said that these statues are supposed to be a reference to, and I'm 50% sure that Aqualine misspoke. But then there's also a small part, so I guess it's not 50. There's a small part that thinks that maybe these are actually from Attack on Titan, and I'm not misremembering, and Aqualine wasn't lying. But these, I think, are pretty obviously like referencing the famous ending scene from the end of Evangelion with these, like, I mean, like, come on, I think it's pretty, it makes a lot of sense, you know, and there's two of them, and there's two in this part too. So I'm gonna go with the option where I'm misremembering and I'm an idiot, because I spent a long time talking about these statues, and I was like, oh, it's so cool that they're a reference to Attack on Titan. I've never seen Attack on Titan, and when this part was made, I hadn't seen that or Neon Genesis, so I didn't know what these were supposed to be a reference to, so I was just going purely off of what Aqualine told me. But even if it's not true, and I think that it has to be because it's too, like, obvious of a reference, my headcanon of my own level, because I don't know, is that these are supposed to be referencing the iconic statues from the end of Evangelion. And I'm gonna cut out that whole other section that I recorded like a couple days ago where I was like, oh, Attack on Titan this, blah blah blah, when I haven't even seen the show and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm just gonna assume that these are amazingly brilliant references to Evangelion, and that because they kind of have like a rocky look to them in the movie as well, and that's why they're using like 2.1 figure dash blocks for them, and it's just such a brilliant way to incorporate like their artsy style and reference like one of the greatest animated films ever. And when this part was made, I hadn't seen the movie, let alone the series, so when I watched the movie, I was like, that is just so cool that that's in my level, like, forever. Like, it's just awesome, man. And it also doesn't really, like, you don't need to know that it's from Evangelion to think that it's a cool set piece, because they're like being held up by strings too. It's like a puppet thing, and they're just cool. Like, it's just a cool background idea, you know? So I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is I was an idiot. These are not from Attack on Titan, obviously. Everybody knows this. Like, come on, I don't know what I was talking about. So I'm gonna go back to Past Zink now. Sorry about that. Anyways, goodbye. So I just love that little detail. Not a lot of people know that, and it was very, very nice touch that Aqualine added to the part. And one last thing that I want to mention is I'm gonna go through all of the little tiny quotes that I personally sprinkled throughout the level. And the first one you see is on one of the first structures in the level, and it says, "To live is to die, CB." Now, I've seen a lot of comments in the level, and people have asked me, what does that mean? Who is CB? So I picked this quote, and this is a quote from Cliff Burton, who was a member of Metallica, the band of the song in the level, but he sadly passed away. But he was seen as one of the greatest thrash metal guitarists back in the 80s, and it's a real shame that he passed away. So I wanted to put his most famous quote in the level, and it's also the name of a song that he wrote that was on their Metallica's album Injustice is for All. So I thought it would just be a nice little nod to someone who had a really big impact on the band and the song that you're that you're hearing. And I just love quotes. I love inspirational quotes, and this quote might not seem inspirational, but I think because it's so simple and so straightforward that it actually ironically can have any meaning that you want it to have, and it also sets the mood for the level really well. So there's a couple other quotes that I sprinkle throughout the level, and whenever we get to one, I'll let you know where it came from. They're all going to be Metallica related, of course, but yeah, I guess we can move on to the next part now, though. So before we get into the next decorated part, we have one of the first more traditional looking quotes that I put into the level. And this one I knew I always wanted to have right at the beginning. It's from Enter Sandman, which is, of course, Metallica's most popular song. We're off to Neverland. Oh my god, I can't speak. We're off to Neverland. There we go. That's how he kind of says it, of course. It's right at the beginning of the level. It's getting you right in the mood for this kind of like thrashy, kind of intense, cheesy atmosphere, and you know, it's just a nice nod to the band, of course. You're gonna see more quotes that look just like this. This is actually my literal handwriting. I use some mod where like you can shrink down how close objects are placed together when you swipe the mouse across, and I just wrote them all out. So yeah, this was kind of like an empty just transition area, so I was like, well, this would be perfect. And another fun fact is I kind of fucked this one up, and it's gonna be in the final level forever, but behind all of the other quotes that you'll see later on that look like this, I put like a bunch of like subtle black glow behind them so that they're kind of popping up against the background better. And this was the first one I placed down, and I didn't think to do that, and then when I got to the next one, I forgot to go back and put it on this one. So that's why it's kind of hard to read, especially when it's in a stopped screenshot like this. It doesn't pop that well against the background. So I fucked that one up. That's my bad, guys. Alright, well, the next part is still gameplay, by the way, is made by Hayden, who made the gameplay for the last part as well. But this was made by the amazing Awesome Me 360. And I actually have worked with them on one of my levels in the past as well, which a lot of people, that's not what they know them for, of course. They more know Awesome Me from his amazing and super, super fun, might I add, levels on their account. And some of them are demons, and some of them are really, really creative, extreme demons as well that you might not see every day. So, I honestly think that Awesome working today is one of the best and most interesting modern design creators. They use a lot of black, as you can see, to contrast these like super poppy colors and super out there pulses. Like that. And they really nailed this kind of like old school vibe that I wanted to have for the level, like immediately after you jump out of the artsy vibe that Aqualung was doing, with this like 2.0 fire swirl in the background and all of these like classic block design objects and such. So back when I asked them to build this part, they weren't as well known, but they did have like some levels under their resume, and it was they definitely had established a style and name for themselves at the time, but now more so than ever they have nowadays. But yeah, I'm really honored to have them in the level, and they made a super awesome part. And actually, they came back a couple years after they initially made it to make it even more intense than it initially was. So this part was initially made in 2.1, and then you can see there's some subtle camera zooms on these pulses here that they added in 2.2. They added some more intense pulse work and some more intense objects that flare up when you get to these stark bangs in the song that are like it's like like that, you know, and it's all crazy. Yeah, so it was just it's always a pleasure to work with Asami, and he did some great work for me on my little known collab called Old But Fool's Gold. He has the first part, so always fun working with him, and great to have him in the level as always. So the next part features two creators actually, but I'm going to talk about the person who started this part first. And this is the first creator that you're seeing that I hadn't worked with on anything previously. And you can see their name right there, Trunith. As you can see, this is kind of a... I guess the first thing that comes to mind when I see this decoration right here is like AP Team or something. It's super hyper realistic. It's got to be so over the top, freaking like lava beams and freaking grates on the blocks and these hyper realistic teeth and mouth and lava pools and freaking rocks that fall from the sky and splash. Like everything's got to be so everything all the time. So when I went to find this creator, I actually, before I even knew that I was going to work with Trunith specifically, I knew that I wanted to have someone that would kind of do this style justice, but I also just wanted to have this style in the level in the first place to kind of poke fun at this kind of hyper realistic big creator team style that a lot of people like to call soulless, whatever. I wanted to kind of poke fun at it because every level's got to have a look like this nowadays, or every big level, of course. But I also wanted to take it seriously, to be honest with you. I wanted it to actually like feel like a part that was made with care, I guess is the best way to put it. And Trunith did a wonderful job. Like, say what you want to say about this style, but it genuinely looks like absolutely fantastic. And all the little details like the rock falling into the lava are just genuinely cool. And we got that little swirly background, which I actually think was added in by Zephlin, who has the next part. But that was just like a little added touch that we did way later on down the line. This was mostly made by Trunith and someone else. But there's another rock there that falls. Oh, two more. Nice. Oh yeah, Zephlin I think also added these like kind of snaky looking things that wiggle around in the background too, which is a nice touch. I actually kind of forgot about that until I just saw them again. Huh. They did a great job with that. Anyways, there's also these nice things on the side that Trunith added in, which is about to show up in a couple seconds. Hold on. There we go. These nice little like rock snakes that are made out of lava and have spikes all over them. Like, it just looks cool, dude. It's fucking aura, bro. Okay? Can we say it? Can we be honest? And this, to be honest, this part could even have more going on if you really wanted to make it as crazy and over the top as possible. But I wanted the background to kind of be more simple, just have a little something going on, which Zephlin did a great job with. But another thing about this part is that Trunith didn't finish it. They dropped when they had only built around up to here-ish, around there or so, and they had those rock snakes that show up on the sides. They had those made like above the level and had like all the triggers implemented. They just didn't like finish the part, so they didn't come in yet. So I was like, oh shit. And this is where a thing that I did with the process of making this level really first comes in, is that if somebody didn't finish their part or ended up quote unquote dropping, but they did have some progress, I really did not especially if it was of this quality and was actually great. I did not want to just get rid of it and have someone just replace them completely. So what I had to do was find creators that could just continue what the last person left off. And that's something that I don't think a lot of collabs do, but it gives this level, at least to me, and I don't think it'll always come across to everyone else because they're not even going to know that when they watch this. But it gives to me that I really cared about every single object that anybody placed in this level. And I did my best to keep that going for many other parts in case other creators dropped. So there's a creator by the name of Hamato that I found that did just that for this part and a couple others down the line that you'll see. So they literally just continued what TrueKnit did and warped it to fit the gameplay that they hadn't decorated yet, and you would never know the difference. You would never know, and that's exactly what I wanted. There's not some jarring transition that shows less detail or something like that. They just purely, they got in the trenches and they did somebody else's style perfectly, and that's all I could ever ask for. So shout out to Hamato, thank you so much to them for that. This level will not be finished without them, and you'll see their name pop up later, as I said. But yeah, I love this part. It's a nice little poking fun / homage to this hyper-realistic style, and let's get into the next one. So I mentioned them before that they did a little touch up on the background in the last part, but this part here, fully the decoration, was made by Zephlin. And I also worked with them before on that old Book Fool's Gold level, and they have this kind of classic GD feel to all of their decoration. It's not too over the top, but it's also not too simple to where it feels like it's lacking. And it's always got personality, like with the, you know, this this funny name card that I just love, man. It's so like cheesy, but in the best way. Like these super like dense spikes come down and it just looks so crazy, and it's got the 2.0 fire, the pentagram, this like super tough album cover metal looking font for their name. It's just awesome. Just adds so much personality to the part, and it would not be the same without it. But yeah, I really like this part. I really like Zephlin's classic GD style. They kind of have come into their own recently too, built in a lot of different collabs and have their own sort of bricky, rocky kind of style. And this is like a nice cave that is a little bit more mellowed out from the last part. It's kind of a nice, to be honest, one of the more calmer looking parts in the level before you get really launched into some craziness later on. So yeah, I really just love working with Zephlin. Really nice person, and they have such a clean, simple-ish style that I think can work well with any theme that anybody cooks up. And that also means that we're coming up on our next quote. So I saw that they had this huge black structuring here. And I was like, this would be a great place for one of my quotes. So this one is Adrenaline Starts to Flow, which is from Whiplash, one of the best songs off of Metallica's debut album. And I thought it just fit with the this where you are in the level now. Like you're really starting to get into it. You're about almost at 10%, but it feels like you've been playing for a year already. And you got so much longer to go, and you really know that you're gonna have to push through. So I thought it would fit there. But yeah, Zephelin's part's great, and let's move on to the next one. All right, this part with some amazing cube gameplay by Dreamplay. I'm gonna have to stop this right here because this is an interesting one, and actually a great example of what I was talking about, where I had a lot of people drop and then someone just pick right up where they left off. This part was decorated by 3 different creators, and it's been so long that I don't know who made what, and I don't think that they remember either. I bet they probably know bits and pieces, obviously, but I haven't asked them just because the full product is so great that I don't even really think matters too much. But yeah, I mean, like there's just so many different elements that are all, I think you can kind of tell made by different people. You got some classic GD block design, but also some more like modern looking crosses in the background, but then 2.0 fire, but then some freaking lightning, because why not, and some chains. Like, you just got all these overlapping details. Oh, and some classic glow. Like, I think when you really pick it apart, it all works together as one, but you can kind of tell that this was made by multiple people. And those three people are Zebrae, Real Wada, and GD Iconic, and they all are lesser known creators. I think Real Wada is more of like a creator point grinder than anything. But if I had to guess, I'm pretty sure that Zebrae made the block designs, and then other than that, couldn't tell ya. But they all did a great job of making this part super intense. It's got super high energy, crazy movement all over the place. These huge white crosses that just show up out of nowhere halfway through the part, and then you never see them again. It's really interesting that how this part came together. And there's not many. Something I can say about this level that not many others can say is there's not many levels. There's not many parts in the game that were made like this, with so many different creators coming together that have, and it turned out coherent in the end. There's a nice little visual error on the glow where it's cut off right there that I fixed in the final level. That'll forever be in the showcase. But otherwise, really great part. Kind of mixes a classic GD feel with like a more modern one. Got some nice lore there for you, and I really like that this one turned out. Super intense. So let's move on to the next one. All right, this next part was started by Hellbrain, someone that I also worked with on Old But Fool's Gold. Also, forgot to mention, GD Iconic in the last part also made a part in Old But Fool's Gold. I kind of forgot that so many people in that level built in this one, though. Super nice of them to come back. But anyways, Hellbrain did a great job with this part. It's sort of got a kind of a simplistic look to it, where you can kind of see where each object has its place, but it's super effective too. Each part like kind of just does exactly what it needs to. Got some nice movements in there, and it just fits the theme nicely. What I really always have liked about this part are how veiny these rock pillars look in the background. You really got to get some overlapping work done properly on those to make them really look like that, and it really makes them pop out against some of these more like classic looking GD blocks and such. So yeah, I don't know, that just added some nice texture to the part that some of the other parts in the level don't really have, which is interesting. But yeah, they did a great job with this part, and I really love the the cheesy movement on the laser that comes across. This is fun. It's just so much fun. But as I said, Hellbrain started this part, did not finish it, ended up dropping, and I don't think they really play the game much anymore. So I got a creator by the name of Pizzazzy to finish it off. And they also finished it. Hellbrain had basically almost did it. There was only a couple more structures that needed to be filled in, but it was basically done. But Pizzazzy came in and not only finished it and paid respect to their original style, but also upgraded it a little bit. So you can see some of the more intense movements on not just the blocks, but some of the other decorative pieces. That was Hellbrain. They added some more detail, such as these red spikes into the ground, and some of the I think it was more early on actually, there's like some saws in the ground spikes, because for some reason a lot of inexperienced creators just like to leave ground spikes blank, and that's like a pet peeve of mine. So just a little like thing that I wanted upgraded, but they both work so well together. I don't think that this is a part that I don't even really think that you would know if two people built it, but they both did a great job, meshed really well together, and I'm really glad that we had them do that, because this part wouldn't exist without either of them. So really great stuff. I love this kind of rockiness that I mentioned before going on, and it's going great. Love this part. So the next part was also gameplay by the illustrious and amazing Zeronium. And the decoration was made by BibbyDib111. So I actually wanted to work with them on some of my other collabs, I think namely Old the Fool's Gold, but they declined. But I was so happy that they said yes to coming back for Master of Puppets, because this is a creator that has been creating for super long, but haven't really been given the recognition that they deserve, in my opinion. They've been expanding their style over years and years. There's even like a couple rated levels that they have that like are on a green name account from when they were building on mobile. Like that's how you know they're a veteran. So I wanted to showcase their style on the biggest stage that I could, and I'm really glad that they came through, because this part kind of has like a chaotic and almost messy feel to it, but it also like hones in on this simplistic look with not a lot of block movement and some grid-like block designs that go along with how like grid-like and crazy crazy geometry that's going on in the background too. So it just all fits together. It's got some nice lighting that pops up in place with the song. These like hazy stationary like spiky saws that show up that are glowy are really cool. And it's just this kind of like a style that you don't really see a lot, I feel like. Even though it feels like classic GD, it also kind of like also looks like a lot of moving parts that are coming through to lift each other up. And it fit with Zeronium style really well with these like structures that he does that are just like laying out, floating in the sky and stuff. So it just feels very kind of chaotic all over the place, but also simple and effective at the same time, and I love it for that. And next we have actually the first ever decoration that was ever made for this level, made by the one and only Goob Frudla, or just Goob as he likes to go by. So this was the first ever part that had decoration on it, and the first ever part to get completely finished in the level. And I don't even think that you would, if you were given that question on like some GD trivia, what was the first part finished in Mob, I don't think that this would be someone's first pick most of the time, because like it just feels so like polished and new. It's like this part was made like almost 4 years ago, and it could be made today and it would still look incredible. Like there's all these like competently made block designs with some sporadically placed like crosses that look like they just fit right in with the environment. And the structuring and stuff was added on to Rosifer's like classic GD gameplay, and it's kind of claustrophobic too. It's got all these things that are coming down different ways, and yeah, it just feels like a mega collab part. Like this is exactly what I envisioned when I was gonna have the level be hell themed. It's super red, it's super hellish, and they nailed it. Goob is a very talented creator that has a lot of parts in many famous list demons, and not every single one of their parts you know that it was them when you see the name. You're like, oh yeah, of course Goob made that. But every time they make something, they always adapt it to a new theme or a new concept, and they're so great to work with because their style always feels like a modern GD design part, but it can work for any theme, any type of level that you got going on. So they're great to work with, and they should always be considered when you're making a collab that could feature design that looks like this. And they did a great job with this part. And I'm really, really happy that this one was the first finish, because it really set the stage for the vibe that I wanted this level to have. And thank you to Goob for doing such a great job. And we've come up on our next quote. So of course I needed to have one in this little transition area that doesn't have a ton going on other than some fire. And I thought, fire? Feel the Flame from Metallica's amazing song Ride the Lightning off of their album by the same name. So there you go. I wanted all these quotes to kind of have like an old school GD cheesy feel, like when you open up like I don't know, like some old hell level, and it says like hell, death, turn back, blah blah blah, like all of that. It's just like so cheesy and trying to. It's like a kid's idea of what a demon would say. So I kind of wanted the quotes in my level to pay homage to that old school GD vibe, and I think that picking these type of quotes was a great job. So I did my best with them. But anyways, the next part was decorated by the super talented Nate FH. And they, at the time when I asked them, they were more of a new and up and coming creator when they made this part initially. And they've grown a lot and really come into their own. And they kind of have a really modern and new school GD look to their style in their own levels, and you can kind of see that coming through here as well with the like modern restroom men puppets being hung in the background that are super awesome, and with these this really animated fire that's not just the 2.0 fire that was literally right before their part, and all these smooth movements with smooth swirls, smooth curves in the background. Like, it's all just so clean and smooth. I love their modern look. They nailed the theme, and I'm really glad that I saw that they had even more potential to grow, because when I saw their work, I was like, you know what, this guy deserves to have more of a name for himself. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn and say that I gave that to him, because I think he would have gotten there regardless. But basically what I'm saying is it's just an honor to have someone who is so talented and more well-known these days in my level. So they did a great job, nailed the theme with their own style, and that's all of what MOP is about. So I love this part. Oh, by the way, fun fact. Rosifer, for some reason, I think wanted... So there's a duel in this part, obviously, and then it switches back to normal. And then, for some reason, you go back to normal, and then there's one click, or two, I guess, where you switch into duel for like half a second and then back to normal. And I don't really know why, because it doesn't really change the gameplay that much. It just makes it weirder. So I always just kept it because I was like, you know what, yeah, let's get freaky with it. Let's put some gameplay like that out of nowhere. And when Scotch Tape was verifying the level, he was like, yo, can I just like remove the dual portal? It doesn't need to be there, and it makes the gameplay super weird and awkward. And if you just took out that one portal, this would be super consistent. And I was like, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm going to keep the dual portal there, but I'm going to make it so that it doesn't make you into a duel. So it's visually there in the final level. This showcase was before he was verifying, of course. But it's visually there in the final level, but it doesn't do anything. And that's how I like to do things here at Mop Incorporated, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, this next part was made by, I think you pronounce it Kopk, or just COPC, whatever. So a lot of people compare Master Puppets to Flame Wall for obvious reasons, and they had some overlap in their production. I started mine first, and then about I think maybe a little less than a year or a year into Mop's production, Flame Wall was knee deep in its production. So when I needed more decorators, I went and looked at some people that were building in Flame Wall, and I was like, you know what, they can build kind of a similar style. Let's ask them if they want to build in Master Puppets, and that's one of the, and this Kopk is one of the people that did that. And what's really cool is that if you look at his part, or I should say their part in Flame Wall, and you compare it to this part, you can tell that it's both the same person. They kind of have this like flashy, glowy design that feels like old GD, but also is like super modern and clean. You can tell that it's both them, but I like that they did something new with this part, with the pentagrams and the grayscale sometimes, and this really neat lighting, and the red and the 2.0 fire. Like, it just feels more like my level than it does like Flame Wall. And I really, really like that they put in the effort to do that. It was really showed that they cared about the project, and they adapted perfectly to fit right in with my vision, and it really means a lot to me. So I'm glad that I saw that they could do something really great for my level as well, and I'm glad that they made Flame Wall the amazing level that it is as well. So it's a nice little overlap there for you. Also, this part's gameplay was made by Lobster, and to be honest with you, one of the only reasons that I asked them back in the day to build a layout part was because that I talked to them sometimes in the Demon List public server, and I saw that they were a list grinder, and I was like, you know what, we gotta have some representation. I was on the Demon List, I spent a lot of time in those servers. Get your butt in here and build in my Demon List level, buddy. So that's why that's there. Great part. Alrighty, the next part was amazing gameplay by Gaiden Hurtney, of course, but the decoration was done by Graded. And as you can see, I think it's pretty obvious that they were... Oh, that's a nice visual bug with the glow overlapping too much on the side. That was fixed later, I remember. My bad, guys. I'm not the best merger. That'll be talked about a little later. But anyways, as you can see, Graded was very inspired by Rafer for this part. And now that I see it as a finished part, and when it was initially finished, with how like large these structures are, and like these some of the like slopes that are used, and how like mountainous it kind of feels like a topsy-turvy, like going all over the place Rafer level the gameplay does. So I totally see why Graded wanted to go for this like Rafer style. And I love all the different objects used and all the pulses going on the block designs, and how some of the gameplay is topsy-turvy and floating above itself, and there's some grass-looking blocks and squiggles, and it's got all over the place designs. Feels just like Rafer, but with its own nice modern touch. And it's great, and I love it, and it's awesome. And fun fact, Graded was another person that didn't completely finish their part. I think they stopped at around here, actually-ish. And the person who built the next part, Sunex, finished it off for them and just continued this style. And they did a great job. Also, by the way, fun fact, I literally just stole Gaiden's name from Codependence. I straight up went into Codependence, copy and pasted his logo of his name, and put it into the level. So, moderators, don't come at me for stolen assets, man. Gaiden said it was okay. He made it. It's just a name, man. I didn't steal like a whole piece of decoration. I don't think that would actually matter, but that's just a little bit of a fun fact. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, thank you Sunex for finishing off Graded's decoration and making it fit in nicely. I know this way for a fact. Graded did not do, Sunex did, because like this kind of oversaturated red and kind of more flat looking block designs I think actually fit the wave better, especially, but definitely was not graded. So I think that it still totally works, and you can tell that it was them because it fits with these block designs as well. But I really appreciate that they wanted to not only build their own part, but finish off someone else's. So yeah, Graded did a great job fitting with these large structures, and so did Sunex. Sunex was a really nice guy that I just kind of found late in the game on finishing this level. And he's more known for creator point grinding, which is kind of what the next part's creator is known for as well. But they kind of just made their own little short, simple part. And they can build very simply and competently to any style, and it will fit in and feel just like GD. So yeah, they really came through in clutch and really built a nice little... It almost kind of feels like their own little homage to Rafer and Graded style as well, which is really neat. And they were great to work with, and I'm really glad that they came in clutch and finished off some of the level for me. So yeah. So this next part was decorated by another creator point grinder that you would know, but also a very awesome creator named Robot Chief, or Jarvis as some of you might know them as. I've known Jarvis for years and years. I built a solo level, completely decorated it by myself, and it was okay, it was all right. But then I just like gave it to Robot Chief. I was like, hey, if you want to like upgrade this and upload it on your own account, by all means go ahead. You'll get some more creator points, and that's just what he did. So go play You Owe Me a Soda by Robot Chief and me if you want to see what some of my decoration looks like. But anyways, I've known him for a while, and it's always fun to work with him. He's a super funny and nice guy, and his style is super great because he's obviously built many a level in his time, and he's grown over the years into more of a modern looking creator. And honestly, I think he's one of the better creator point grinders out there because he tackles so many different themes and concepts. Like he has some effect levels out there. He has some design levels that look more like this. He has some Rob Top styled levels. He has some frickin' 1.9 levels. He's very versatile, actually. All of his styles have something interesting to offer, and all of his deco gets right to the point of what the theme is, and he fit right in with this level. And he actually kind of, this part I always thought had kind of a factory kind of theme to it, with these bricks and these gears that have some pipes on them and stuff. It's like a nice new take, and I'm really glad that Robot Chief wanted to build in my level, because, fun fact, I asked him, I think 3 different times over the course of 3 years if he wanted to build a part in the level, and every single time he declined. But finally, once the level was almost done, on the 3rd time's the charm, I asked him to build a part, and he said yes and made this awesome part. So thank you to him for succumbing to my obnoxiousness and building this awesome part. Next up, we have a part made by Acute144. Now, if anybody knows the level Random Access Memory, an Extreme Demon, a Memory Extreme Demon, you might know that they hosted and built in that level, and you might be looking at this decoration and be like, this is the same person? Because if you're like me, that's exactly what I said when they started working on this part. Random Access Memory is one of my favorite mega collabs ever, but it's design and memory based. So I was like, what the heck, when they went super artsy and cave-like for this part. So I was actually in the same event, by the way, that Random Access Memory was created. And so I knew that Acute was a very talented creator that just didn't have a super ton of notable things under their belt. But I wanted to work with them because I love Random Access Memory, and I thought that they would go great in this level. But I was like absolutely astonished when they showed me some of the work they were doing on this part, because this is like almost the complete opposite of what Random Access Memory looks like. And they totally surprised me, and they actually made a thoroughly conceptual and perfectly executed like artsy cave that has a vibe unlike anything else in the level, and honestly unlike anything else I've ever seen in the game. And it's become one of my favorite parts because it fully just sucks you into this dark cave. And there's even like, I know the quality's not best on this video, that's my bad, my computer sucks, yo. But if you look in the level, it's easier to tell. But there's even like cave drawings. You can see some swirls there. There was a sword, a bloody knife earlier. There's a guitar there, nice electric guitar. There's some demons in the background. Like, and then there's, not to mention, the huge like serpent vine with eyes all over the side of it. Like, why hasn't this person gotten more parts in levels, let alone like made their more stuff? And why don't people know more about what they can do? This part is so awesome. Like, I just can't get over how cool this part is, and like the exploding eye when you hit the pink orb. Like, if I would have known they could build like this, I would have asked them to build in Land of Frogs. Like, Land of Frogs is like great, and I wouldn't change anything about it, but still, like, damn. I get amazed by this part every time I see it. And honestly, the person who made this gameplay was one of Hideous Toaster's friends that I talked about in the gameplay section that I had never worked with before. And they made this kind of like claustrophobic cube part that has, mostly it's on the same plane, and it's got a lot of clicks, you go up and down, but in like, kind of like if you were stuck in like a corridor and you were hitting your head on the ceiling or something like that. So it's like it just like kind of sucks you into like between two bars or something. And Acute took that and freaking ran with it, like just made this crazy conceptual artsy cave. And it's just super cool. And I could talk about this part forever. There's so many little details that I notice all the time. And it's absolutely brilliant in my opinion. It's phenomenal. All made in 2.1 too. So huge shout outs to them. Thank you so much for making such an amazing part in my level. Alrighty, the next part was made by Dark Cacti and Makoko, who was someone who they did the classic thing in my level where Dark Cacti started the part, didn't finish it, and Makoko came in clutch and finished it up for them. But yeah, I've always loved Dark Cacti's style a lot. I first saw their work in Rap, which was the awesome artsy fartsy kind of sequel to that End Levels Level F with the Bo Burnham song. And I've been following their growth as creator ever since then. And all of their work looks simple on the surface, but has many layers of thought put into it. Like, if you just stop and look, like this block design is kind of just like a gray with some orange gradient, and that's it. But then when you look at it moving with all these crazy like layers coming down, like they're raining down on itself, like it's just such an interesting way to fade in everything. And like there's all these crazy fire and particles, and it's just this great backdrop against the castle background. It's just such a like nice, clean, sleek part. And they tackle such interesting concepts in their own levels that always have some interesting songs, so I knew that they could fit with this song and do a great job. So I'm really glad that they decided to build. And Mikoko added some intensity to the part, namely some of the shake and the more particles and the more fire and some crazy movements going on. So they both just worked really well together, and I'm really glad that I asked them both to build, because they matched this crazy kind of like crumbly looking look to the part that's like looks like it's falling in on itself. So just a great part that I really am glad is in the level. All right, the next part was decorated by Poke and Yunzer. Poke was and still is a very lesser known creator that kind of has like a dark and broody kind of style. So they built this part, and I was the one that said that it needs a little something. Because while I do really appreciate their style of being super dark and broody, as you can see, there's a lot of space in between the blocks and stuff that's just there to really let it breathe with the darkness, which is great. But when they finished the part Poke initially, I just wanted something a little bit more. Something a little more to really tie it together. So that's why I got Yunzer to build and finish this part off, who, by the way, is one of the best creators of all time. They do this a lot where they work with some different collabs and just build their own parts. They kind of can do design and like these artsy environment based looks to their parts and stuff. And yeah, they also actually kind of are an expert at helping hosts finish off their collabs and touching up some parts that need it. So they added in like the pentagrams and some more glow, and most notably something that I love is these animated fire sparks that launch out of the platforms and stuff and arc across the gameplay. I just love that little texture touch to the part. But that those little flares that Yunzer added don't take away from the broodiness. That like there's just so much dark energy emanating out of this part that Poke really laid the groundwork for. So this is just such a great and nice part in that regard. So I'm really glad that they both were able to work together in that way. And also, this was the part that I mentioned earlier, where the gameplay and the decoration were both finished. And I wanted to replace the gameplay, but keep the decoration. So I had to find someone that could do that. And as I said, I worked with Nexegi, who did a great job and fit the gameplay with the same speed changes and made it fit to the decoration and did a great job. And it's super fun too. So they did a great job. And now at the end of this part, we come up on our next a quote, and this is a quote from Seek and Destroy by Metallica. And when I found this quote, I was like, dying 1,000 deaths? Bro, that's like Geometry Dash attempt counter. That's about as much thought went into this one, so there you go. This next part was decorated by Yop. And real quick, I want to mention that the gameplay was made by Zeroya, who is one of my favorite gameplay creators. They made one of my favorite mega collabs in the game, Ethereal Artifice, which is just such a perfectly executed level, and it's aged like fine wine. But yeah, they make awesome gameplay that's just so clean, feels like GD, but has all of these bouncy movements, super clean structures, and I wanted someone that could match that clean and sleek vibe. And I was having a hard time at the time finding creators to build on this level, which was a common theme throughout it, as I've talked about. So one day, I was scrolling on YouTube, just probably in my bed at night, and a video came across my recommended of Yop's work, of Yop's decoration, one of the levels he was building. And then I was like, these designs are so clean, they're so sleek, they're so angular, and have such nice plushy texture to them. This would go great with Zeroya's part. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. I decided to shoot my shot, and they said yes, and they were great to work with. Super nice guy. I think that they should get more parts and big collabs. Added some nice movement, not on all blocks, which is a really nice touch that I like that variation, and made it nice and clean and almost kind of stained glassy on some of these blocks, which is really nice. And did a great job. I love this part. All right, and we come up to Ice Rod's part, which is just so extravagant and grand and huge and fully matched the intensity of Gizbro's crazy all over the place gameplay. Ice Rod is someone that has more made a name for themselves in the community nowadays, but at the time they hadn't really as much. But come on, even with just this part, they were already fully should have been established. Like, this is just incredible work, and they really fit the theme of hell and also paying homage to the psychedelic elements that are soon to come in the level with this more than anything. Like, this is just crazy rainbow, which is just so awesome. And by the way, if anybody asks, this right here is my favorite club step monster in the game. I love his huge, stupid, fiery eyes and teeth that are way too thin, and the platforms that you go on are just off-center to where his mouth makes no sense. And you can just tell through the font how much fun Ice Rod has creating and building this part as well in particular, because look how much like fun doodly kind of detail they put into it. It's just so fun. They're just such a nice person, such fun to work with. They have such a distinct identity with so much like detail going in that makes the part feel so much larger than it actually is. But it still feels like kind of classic design with these bricks and these slopes and these gears and all of these little details like the classic air deco that goes on the block there. So they did just such a great job and put in their own artsy hell look and mixed it with psychedelic colors and created one of the best parts in the level. So really, really glad that I asked to work with them because they did such a great job. Continuing on with Gizbro's gameplay, we have a classic GD creator that has some old parts in many old collabs that you can go and find. I think most notably what I found from them is their old part in Instinct, which Hybrid went and fixed up years later, but Ratty made a part many, many years ago before that. And I just love their classic GD look. Honored to have more of a historic creator in the level. And honestly, their part might be the ultimate example of what the classic Hell style can look in a modern day. If I were to see this in an old level, it would fit right in. And if I were to see this in a new level, it would fit right in. There's not like so much going on to where it's overwhelming. That's what some people say about maybe some other parts in this level. but there's also just enough going on to where like some details are falling over on each other. There's some nice like emanating glow to make the fire more accentuated. There's some awesome like poppy crosses to go in the block designs. It just feels old and new at the same time, and they fit perfectly with the more linear part of Gizbro's gameplay and did a phenomenal job. So I'm really honored to have them in a level. They were awesome to work with, and if you're looking for a classic GD creator to build in your level that can do a great job, you're looking at it right here with Ratty's work. All right, next up, we have a clean transition that yours truly made, by the way, from Ratty's part to Yendis's part. Yendis made this next part, and this is one of the biggest honors in the entire level for me, because Yendis has been one of my favorite creators for such a long time. They have this really distinct modern looking style, but that it can fit to any theme that you can come up with. So that's why it just goes so well with the hell kind of theme, but they have so many new ideas, like these hands, like come on, that's just so creative. And these like, I always liked how this part kind of looks like a factory with like these like chainy looking things and like the furnace-y looking boilers, but these could also be interpreted as like cathedral-y looking windows too. And the chains kind of scream more factory, so that's probably what they were going for. But you know, this could be some kind of dungeon or something too. So a lot of different ways they could have taken this part, but Yendis just absolutely nailed their own style fitting in with the red hell theme. And it's such an honor that they built in my level, because I've looked up to their levels for years and years and years. Something that's super nice that I'm really glad that they incorporated. Oh, that's such a good shot of them, is the demon bats that fly through their part. And this was something I didn't even tell them to do, but I'm pretty sure that this is a reference to the Demobats or Demogorgon bats or whatever from Stranger Things, which is way back at the beginning of this video. I talked about that's where I found the song for the level from. So not that I'm a big Stranger Things fan anymore, but it's really nice that there's that connection with these demon bats, and I just love how they look. I love their silhouette flying through this level. It's just such a nice, awesome look to this part. It's such a nice detail. And something else that I should add is that Hamato finished this part, because Yendis did not. Hamato finished Trunith's part earlier on in the level, if you remember, and Hamato finished this one as well. And Yendis is not like a style that's super easy to replicate and have it feel like Yendis. So it's so impressive to me that Hamato was able to do that hyper realistic AP team style and also this like kind of modern, cleaner Yendis style at the same time, and have it feel right in. You would never tell that it was made by two different people. Just so impressive. I'm pretty sure a lot of the hand stuff was Hamato too, which is just so impressive. They're like holding up the structures. Like how cool is that? Come on, that's awesome. So just a great part, an honor to have both of these creators work so seamlessly together. It's such a great part, and I'm so proud of it, to be honest with you. So fun fact, actually, something I can talk about is right at the end of this part, there's a visual error that I did not know how to fix personally when I was merging, so it's left in the level for forever. So right at the end of this part, you can see it flashes white. Which is a little odd because there's no white in this part whatsoever before. So if you know anything about merging, you'd know that this means that the player has passed all of the color triggers, or sometimes it happens when you haven't gotten to the color triggers yet when you're merging. It just goes to like a default white. So I couldn't like get the color triggers to move in a way to where this wouldn't flash white or it wouldn't overlap with the next part and make it look weird. Maybe it's a super simple solution. I don't know. I'm not a creator, really. So I didn't know what to do, so I left it in. I thought it was a kind of a nice, cool flash as the level fades out. I don't know. Not intentional, but it's there. And the next part was decorated by Pewds and Josh the Bee. So I saw Pewds' level was nominated in the GD Awards, and I was like, whoa, they have kind of like a artsy, almost cartoonishy look to their levels that use a lot of like sandy colors, which is interesting. So I thought it could be kind of like a new kind of take on the hell style if they were to come into my level, and that's exactly what they did. I was so happy that they said yes. By the way, this guy has braces. I totally forgot about that. That's a nice little touch there. Thank you, Pewds. But yeah, that's just some of the cartoony vibe that I love about Pewds' style. And like I love all these like kind of jarring movements and particles. This was another part that I wanted upgraded that Pewds didn't fully finish, and Josh the Bee came in. And Josh I met when we both worked on Dry Out Copyable 2, which is a level I'm super proud to have worked in. And they kind of have this like sort of extra flair, some certain extra pizzazz to their parts. So I thought that they could do a good job of adding a little something something to Pewds' work here with these nice particles, some cool, almost like Japanese looking structures in the background that are more of a simple thing going on that I really like. But yeah, they both did a great job working together, and this is just a nice little transition-y kind of part that has kind of warmer colors rather than red hot as some of the previous ones do as you calm down into the psychedelic section. So that's why I thought Pewds' color palette would work right well before the rainbowy part that's coming up next. So yeah, they both did a great job. This part has more of a unique look, which is really nice. Love the structuring. By the way, I forgot to mention, all of the gameplay in this part and the one before by Yendis was made by Dracosa, who I think is one of the best gameplay creators in the game. And they weren't as well established back when they made this part, so I think some of their newer stuff is honestly better. They've really, really grown and made some really crazy stuff that I could never even dream of making. But this gameplay here is also great too. It's more of a simple take on their style. It's really satisfying and really punchy. And yeah, I also love this transition into the next part with the huge saws. As you can see, their names are very big here, very huge. Dracosa was the only one that had their name here like this, and I went in and added Pewds and Josh the Bees, which was fun little touch. But yeah, I also had Pewds make this kind of like portal design on the robot portal because I wanted it to really be an indicator that you're going into a new section of the level with the rainbow coming up soon. So yeah, I'm really, really happy that Pewds and Josh the Bee wanted to add their little flair to my level. And let's move into what really makes Mop stand out from other hell levels in the next section. Alright, and now we come up on what, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting looking parts in the level and one of my personal favorites. The first part that I'd argue is pretty obvious that it's not traditionally healthy. This was decorated by Jorce. They used to go by Arky when they built this part, now they go by Jorce, and it's specifically this robot that they made that really stands out. It's really interesting because the two themes that this level was going for was obviously traditional hell and then kind of like a rainbow psychedelic section in the middle. But I didn't really have a concrete idea of how I wanted to lead into that psychedelic section when I first started the level. Because I was just like, oh yeah, we'll go from hell to rainbow. But now when I went in to sit down and like make this level with people, I was like, okay, well, that's going to be kind of an insanely jarring transitional period. So I'm going to need to find someone who can decorate the first part at least in a way that kind of eases you into that transition and like changes the atmosphere. So I came across Arky's work, and you might know them because of this level, Stand in the Snow. It's the only rated level they have, actually. But I guess you can kind of see from this picture here that Jor's kind of has like a really flat style. There's not like a ton of depth, which is, I think, a good thing, especially for what I wanted to have in this part, which was I wanted it to be a lot more muted, a lot less like crazy intense in your face, and they can still make like honestly breathtaking and intricate designs, and make it work for what I wanted. So that's kind of all I really knew that I wanted for this part, was a transitional period, and I didn't give them a ton of other direction because I just kind of wanted to see where they would go. And once I started seeing progress on this part, I was like, holy shit, like they're absolutely nailing it, but in a way that I never really would have expected. There's a lot of things that you can take away from this part, like how it's pretty easy to tell what's going on. Like there's like spikes and like these ground spike pillars and stuff, and it kind of looks like classic GD, but then you see the structuring is like these diagonal slopes, and when you start to look at it even more, you're like, oh wait, the background's like all like washed out and almost glitchy, and like these bricks are like fading in and out, and like there's like this webbing in between each like little section, and it feels really off-putting, which is really interesting. And something that Arky told me about, or Jorce I should say, is that these gray lines that the player walks on and goes in between are supposed to represent guitar strings, which is brilliant because this part of the song is like as close as you can kind of get to acoustic in this song, if that's even possible. So I just thought that's just another layer of like caring so much about this level. That's like just it just blows my mind that people put that much thought into their parts, even when it's not their own level. You know what I mean? Like it's just awesome. And that's kind of like all I really have to say about this robot. Is it has this aura to it. I know I said the word, but like there's just something off about it, and how the guitars like flip-flop every so often, and how it's kind of hard to see exactly where you're supposed to go, and it's like descending, it's going into that verticality that I wanted in the level. And I think this part kind of speaks for itself. It's something that you just kind of have to feel when you're going through it or looking at it. And it's kind of understated in a way, which is really brilliant. But anyways, it then leads and takes a pretty stark shift once you get to this ship part. And at first, if you completely ignore that there is a background behind these blocks that's about to show up, that's what this ship part looked like. So just like ignore the background for now that's there. It was just like these blocks, and like they kind of looked like the spikes, and these black spikes kind of looked like the robot. But you could tell that they were leading into some more like rainbow colors, but they didn't end up like finishing the part really when they sent it over to me. And you can tell these red lines are kind of just like a counterpart to the lines in the robot and stuff. But yeah, they sent me over the whole part, and the ship was not finished. So that was all the work that they wanted to do, I guess, is how I took it at the time. So I needed to find someone that could at least make a background, because like there was a lot of empty space. Like it literally just kind of looked like if you go to like beginning of the ship, the entire part just looked like this, and like I'm sorry, but that's just like almost nothing apart from like these designs, and the structuring is like really cool, and it's a really like smart evolution of the structures before and the designs and stuff. But I needed something a little bit more. So Josh the Bee, who upgraded the previous part as well, came in clutch and made this background, which I always kind of interpreted as being these like you know what, like if you were look at like a medical diagram of what red blood cells look like, they kind of look like this shape, but like he made the coloring like slowly change like across the colors of the rainbow, and it's like kind of mesmerizing to look at, and it has like the glitch effect too, which goes across it, which is obviously trying to pay homage to the background that Jorce made in the robot. So it's such an interesting looking part, and this background really ties it all together. And also another fun fact a lot of people don't know is this ship part, technically, even in how it looks in the final level, with how it looks like this, technically this ship part to this day is still unfinished. Josh was supposed to, well, really, he said he was going to add on more like air decoration and different movements to the structures and stuff, and he was going to add on more. And I was like, yeah, dude, just take your time. And then I kind of forgot about that, and he did too after he made the background. So when I was merging the level, I like went and put this part in, and I was like, oh shit, he never finished this part. And then I was looking at it, and I was like, you know what? I don't think it needs anything else. I think if you added more, especially movements, that it would just like kind of feel forced. And it's already got this really nice like atmospheric broody energy to it that I was like, let's just leave it as is. So I'm really glad that I made that decision, because this part has such a unique look to it, and yeah, I guess things happen for a reason, as they say. So very, very cool. I love this part, and I'm glad that both of them added onto this level, because it gives it a level of care that I don't think it would have had otherwise, and it's just really great. All right, this next part was decorated by Arcalia, and the reason I wanted to have them decorate, and by the way, they used to go by the name Not Parallax, or I guess just Parallax, not really sure. But the reason I wanted to ask them to build in the level is because they decorated my gameplay in Dry Out Copyable 2, which is a level I'm very proud to have been included in. That's some of the best gameplay I've made is in that level. You should go check out that part in that level. It's great. But yeah, Arcalia just has like a really simple but effective like style. And they already are like, we're used to building in like crazy rainbow colors. So I thought it would be a nice introduction to like the rainbow look in the level too, because it's like easy on the eyes. It's really clean. The designs are like definitely have a lot of like techy inspiration, but they're not too over the top. It's really nice. And Vinny made a really nice like kind of like mazy looking ball that you can still kind of sight read. So yeah, I really like this part, and it's a really nice introduction to the style, and it leads really nicely into the next one, which I don't think anybody really intended. But yeah, Arcalia did a great job. I love the cleanliness of this part, and let's move on to the next one. All right, so this next part is decorated by a creator that everybody should know of. They're pretty much a household name when it comes to mega collabs at this point. The decoration was done by Valentine. And when I asked them to build in the level 4 years ago, they were lesser known, but still had the level Moth Melons, which is a really awesome Insane Demon that pretty much just looks like this. Pretty much. Like the designs and the 2.2 shaders are changed a little bit because they went back and upgraded their part, but like if you look at Moth Melons and you look at this, it's pretty obvious that they made this part. But I'm really glad that they brought that classic trippy style that they used in Moth Melons and like adhered it to this really sweet gameplay by Jeezy. And it's just like a classic trippy style, and it's like a great introduction into the psychedelic section. So I'm really honored to have Valentine in this level. They've been in so many mega collabs. Like you could probably like spin a wheel of all the extremes, and like I don't know, probably like a 20% chance you'll find one of their parts somewhere. So I'm really glad that they left their mark on my level as they have with so many others, and they did a great job as usual. I love this style. There's like so many different lines used that overlap, and the pulse work is just like eye candy, bro. It's awesome. Big fan. All right, and this next part was decorated by Greencuber and Valentine, actually. Valentine went and upgraded this a couple years after it was initially made. But the base deco was done by Greencuber. I don't know why I just said it like that. Greencuber. And the way I found them was that they also had a part and dry out copyable too. And they hadn't built in many other things. And they had this really like clean, almost like amateurish style that like, I don't mean as an insult at all. Like there's just like, you can tell the designs only have a couple objects, but like, especially with how this structuring has a lot of blocks like all over the place and a lot of floating going on. It adds a really nice like breathy look to the part, especially when it's like cut in half by that huge wave structure that has some nice texture on it. So I'm really glad that I saw potential in their style, because they made a perfect base for this part. And I think that the coloring they did and all of the like details, like the rainbow stars and all of the designs, like make all of the structures pop and make the part feel bigger than it really is, which is really nice. And the background is just a really nice, like classic, almost like an homage to that like Lemon's pinwheel that people used to do a lot back in the day, but like obviously a lot more in depth than that. But yeah, Valentine upgraded this part and added some more intensity to it, that, you know, that like extra oomph. So like when you really kick into the part, I think you can tell that is like initially what their contribution was. Like this right here is all Valentine, like that, and then it fades away and it's got this haze all around the edges. That's all Valentine, and it really just like accents the look they were going for really nicely, and I just love it. They both did such a great job. And by the way, this is the only quote, well, I guess they have another one in this same part later on, but this is one of the only quotes in the level that I did not put down. That was all Greencuber. Don't trip, get it? Because it's trippy looking and you don't want to trip up while you're playing. Lol, dude. When I saw that, I was like, you know what? I wanted to put all the quotes, but like that's pretty fucking perfect, especially because you're so new to the rainbow style at this point in the level. So yeah. And then if I'm not mistaken, there's another one, but I honestly don't remember what it was. It's somewhere. Oh, okay. Well, that's, yeah, wee, because, you know, the ship's going wee all the way down here. Yeah, got it. Very nice, Greencuber. All right, and then we slip into the next part, which was decorated by Sync with an S. I'm not saying my own name, and that's actually, I'm gonna be honest, the main reason that I asked them to build in this level. I'm not kidding. It's because we have similar usernames. There's like 4 off the top of my head, like semi or very notable people in this community that have similar usernames. Me, Zink or the Zink, Sync, who is a great creator in GD mod, Zoink, obviously, everybody knows who that is, and then Zink Zeta, who's like an older creator that also built in this level, which I'll get to eventually. But yeah, I was like, everybody always confuses the 4 of us in different ways, so I was like, I gotta ask them, like, come on, it would be so awesome. But other than that, I do really love how recognizable Sync's style is. They always use so much black in their block designs, which like you would think would be like look kind of lazy or empty, but like with how they use lines and like different details, it just all comes together to like kind of look like a neon sign, especially in this part. I love these like glow clouds, by the way, that are the exact opposite like texture and color of the blocks. It's such a nice like contrast. It's so sick. But yeah, I just love how like specific their style is. Like nobody else uses this much black and like this kind of like neon lighting and stuff. So I've always really liked that, and I'm really glad that they built a part. Really glad to have their mark on the level. And by the way, you can see 2 names at the beginning here. The gameplay was made by Mercury DT, Jesus can't speak, because they were supposed to decorate this part, and they built in numerous other collabs, of course, so I'm sure everybody has heard of Mercury. But they ended up dropping and just giving me gameplay, which is totally fine, of course. But I noticed that it was like slightly awkward to play, like some timings like just felt a little off. So I had my good pal Skizzle touch up the gameplay a little bit. So they both worked on this a tiny bit. Skizzle was also going to verify this and ended up not being able to because they're got carpal tunnel in their hand, which is like totally fair. And other reasons, but yeah, glad to have Skizzle in the level as well. This part plays a lot better because of them. But also, yeah, I think this part just came along really nicely. It's got like a really nice classic GD feel. I love that it ends with like a really like claustrophobic wave. You gotta go on a teleportal. Yeah, it's really nice. And the transition into the duel is kind of jarring, but I've always kind of loved that because it's like one of those parts where it like looks like you're gonna go up and like continue playing, but then it just like totally swaps you into another part out of nowhere. I've always kind of loved that gimmick. But yeah, anyways, this duel, which I talked about a bit because I love how it plays, because Nimbus is one of the greatest asymmetrical duel creators ever. It was decorated by Swib, and I was a really big fan of their level Ellipsism. They used to be Ellipse Demon because it has a trippy feel without being like too out there, like not a lot of like the colors are always kind of like washed out and saturated, so it's got this really unique feel while still feeling kind of trippy looking with all like the bubbly background and stuff. And it's really sleek, really clean. So yeah, and I really like that I picked them for the duel specifically because their deco I've always seen as kind of like accenting the gameplay rather than like overshadowing it and looking all crazy and stuff. So I don't know, it's a really nice look, and it kind of, I think, is an underrated part because it doesn't really have too much going on, but it just looks nice nonetheless. And by the way, this part used to not have any movements in it, and this like huge like lightning thrust that you launch out of at the beginning of this duel, this and all of the movements in this part, the block movements, was done by Yunser, who also upgraded another part previously in the level. So I'm really glad that they decided to give this level more of their work and more of that extra oomph, because just look how cool this looks. Bow! As you launch into the duel, so sick. And all these smooth movements that fade in and fade out so cleanlinessly, bro. It's awesome. I love this part of the duel. It's so nice. Oh, and by the way, another fun fact about this part. I totally fucked up Major Style and I felt really bad about it, but I told Swib, yeah, you can decorate the duel. And then I forgot I had someone to decorate the second half of the duel. So this look that they added to the duel, they did it for the entire thing and sent it to me, and I was like, oh, I fucked up. I only meant for you to decorate the first half. So I had to... I fucked up. They were totally fine with it because the rest just kind of like looks the same, what they did. So they just did it on more of the duel. So that's totally my bad. Sorry, Swib. I know it's been a couple years since that happened, but that's me. That's just the wonders of hosting, man. Sometimes you fuck up, man. So that's my bad. But anyways, the second half was decorated by my good pal, Div. And a very fun fact that I'm extremely honored and proud of is that this is Div's one and only time that they've ever made decoration in this game, and it's in my level, and that's just so cool to me. Div is a friend of mine that had never ever built deco before but wanted to give it a shot, and I was like, you know what, that would, if you could nail it and like really come through with something great, that would be awesome. And I think it speaks for itself. It looks freaking awesome. It's so interesting because if you never knew that, I don't think you would be able to tell that this is literally their first ever time building decoration, and they did this good of a job. Like, look how many awesome details there are. Like, they use these like grid blocks overlapping to create kind of a trippy feel to the structures. The spikes have 2 different designs, all these colors, the air decoration's sweet. It's just awesome. And while they were decorating this, they were mentored and given some tips in the background by a great creator by the name of Ren241 that you might be familiar with. And I think that kind of comes through. This kind of does look like a Ren style part. But yeah, I just think it's so cool that this is their first ever time building decoration like this. And the thing that's always really stood out to me about this part is how beautiful the color choices are. Like, this shade of pink is like, I could look at it forever, and it's like, this orange is kind of like a little bit understated compared to it, and it's just like brilliant contrasting, and how smoothing the pulse work like washes over all the decoration. You can like just see it, especially when it's slowed down like this. It's just so good. And like these particles floating in the air, little bits of glow everywhere, some subtle like movement on the grid blocks I was talking about that make it extra trippy. Like, it's really, really good work, especially for it being their first time. I can't stress that enough. Just absolutely great stuff. Really proud of this part. I'm proud of Div. Alright, and now out of the duel, we're into Frostburn and Jadenlop's part, who decorated this. So this was one of the first things I had seen them build, was this part, actually. And they built this many, many years ago. Jadenlop did. And now they've grown a lot as a creator and have like a bunch of more visually intensive parts, or levels under their belt, I should say, that are a lot more in-depth. I know they have like a really nice pizza tower themed level that has some really crazy visuals. But this is just kind of a more simplified version of their style because they hadn't really grown a lot when they built this part. But to be honest, I still really dig it because it gets the rainbow feel across, and it still like accents how huge of a mountain climb this part is like really well. I love the kind of like linear structuring because you don't see that a lot, especially in this level. And it's just really nice. The part doesn't overstay its welcome. It's got some 2.2 features like I think that's a 2.2 feature, right? Like the particles moving as you pass them, which has always been a really nice touch to the texture that I've loved in this part. I love the way that platform gets shot away as you blast through it. And yeah, it does a really good job at accenting how huge of a climb this part is. Just keep going up and up and up, and you think it's never going to end. And I've always loved these huge, like, inverted color shaders that pop up every once in a while because it's not super overbearing and stuff. And these crystalline triangles that contrast the black structures is a really nice touch too. But yeah, I still really like this part, even if it's a little bit more on the simple side. And I've always loved the decision that they didn't really add too much decoration in this final part of the part when you're climbing all the way back down, and the screen resolution like stretching itself is a really nice touch. So you just get the focus on how like brutal it is to have to go all the way back down to hell. Love that part. Alright, now we're into Devilmine's part, a really great classic GD design creator that's really become more of a household name these days. They've got a lot of great levels that nail this style. And yeah, honestly, I don't really have too much to say about this part. It's just like, I knew it would fit with Moosh's gameplay, one of my good friends, because their gameplay, especially in this part, just always feels just like classic GD. Classic ball in between the spikes, club step monster. I really like the fakes where there's a bunch of orbs you can click, but you gotta click that one and then hit your head on a slope. And then like this silent club step or club-esque ball blue orb thing, and you know, it's just classic GD, and these designs just feel straight out of the game. So not too much to say. I just knew that they would nail the way that Moosh builds, and they did a great job. I love this part. speaking of Ren 241, they built their own decoration in my level as well. Very nice. Ren's one of my favorite creators of all time. I just love how conceptual they've become over the years rather than just being kind of like a more simple design and effect creator. And it's an honor to have them in the level. So actually both, if I can find where their names are, I think it's like right near the end. Both Ren and Ghost Vandalf collaborated on this part together. And as far as I know, Ren did almost all of the deco work here. I think Ghost Vandalf only did like a couple designs and then Ren finished the part for them without me really knowing who did what, to be honest. But I think most of this is Ren, so I kind of just consider this Ren's part, but Ghost Vandalf does have a couple design choices in there, which is nice of them. But yeah, I know that I knew that Ren would be a great pick for this level, just not only because they're one of my favorite creators, but I know that they can execute exactly any idea they come up with perfectly. And they did here. This is just exactly what I think of when I think of Ren Hell. It's great. I think that Ren has a really accessible style that anyone can find something to like about. So my favorite part of this part is these block designs where it's like a fucked up like chain link fence or like mesh kind of thing blocking in the fire that's trying to bleed through the blocks. It's so good looking and has such depth to the texture. Like I can feel the holes on my fingers. It's so nice. I love it. And I just love how this part looks. It's classic Ren doing what they do best. You know what I'm saying? And I love how the fire comes even more into frame in this wave with like the glassy look on the structuring there. This kind of classic glow is always great to see with the question marks and stuff, you know. Just love when Ren is involved, as always. So next up, we have one of the strangest parts, honestly, in most collabs that I've seen, especially ones that have a lot of design-centric parts. This was gameplay and decoration, both made by the fantabulous Data Ghost, who is someone who doesn't have that big of a reputation, but they have such a strange and unique and specific style. Like nobody else is making something that looks like this in this level. I can guarantee you that. It's so interesting, and I love that they went for this kind of like disheveled, warped city. Like I didn't give them any notes. I was just like, it's hell themed. That's kind of it. And this is not like when you think GD Hell is not what you think of. But you know what? I'm all for crazy ideas. It's so interesting how. And it's also, if you really look at it, it's kind of simple. Like these buildings are just kind of like warped objects going across each other, and that's it. And there's a couple holes. But then you got like the waves crashing at the bottom that are just made up of a bunch of square objects, and it's easy to tell. And some people might not like how it's not super fluid looking, but I love it, man. It gives it such a weird look, like it's otherworldly, bro. And you're like climbing on these like posts or whatever that are being barely held up by these like cables or whatever is going on. Like it's just it's so interesting. Like they did like full world building in their part, and I think that it really helped that they built the gameplay too, because they had full freedom to like make the player go inside of the post, like right there, have you fall all the way down for the ship that leaves, and change the pillars into spikes. Like it's really interesting part. I've always thought that. Right here, this looks like a smiley face, by the way. I'm pretty sure that was intentional, now that I look at it more. But yeah, it's just such an interesting style that they have. And Data Ghost really just kind of like pounds to the beat of their own drum. They always just build their own style. And you either love it or you hate it, man. Like it's and you gotta respect that. So I'm really honored to have them in my level, and I have worked with them before. They built some wonderful artsy swamp deco in my Land of Frogs level, so I was very glad to have them back. And one last thing I'll say is, if I'm not mistaken, Well, I know for a fact this part was one of the first parts ever finished for the level, like decoration and gameplay. And don't completely quote me on this, but I think it was second, because I know Goob was definitely first. I'm pretty sure this was the second part ever finished, but at the very least it was one of the first few. So really love how strange this part is, and you get like a kind of a nice taste of Mop Stranger's side right before you get launched to the insanity that is the solo, which is coming up next. But yeah, I love this part. It's great. I always love to work with Data Ghost. All right, from this yellow orb on for a while is where my gameplay starts. And before we get into the actual solo part, and by the way, when I say solo, I mean guitar solo. It should be pretty obvious because none of this level is solo. It's made by like 90 people. But anyways, this first ship of my gameplay was decorated by Zeptress, who is a great creator, built Sazeracs, which is a pretty well-liked list demon. They have a really nice like effect-based style with a lot of pulse work going on. But before I even talk about Zeptress's decoration, I want to say that despite how short this part is, it's literally just from this ship going up a little bit and then falling down. That's the whole part. And despite how short it is, if you wouldn't believe it, this ship part was the last part in the entire level to get finished. It's really crazy to think about, but I guess it kind of makes sense because this part went through a few creators because it has kind of a lack of a like what do I even supposed to do for this gameplay? Like it's literally just like slopes going up and it's a ship and that's it. Like you kind of have to really think outside the box. So there was a couple creators that picked this up and dropped it and didn't really do much with it, but I'm really glad that Zeptress was the one to finish it off because how cool did they make this look? I love the swirls going around at the edges of the huge structure. It's hard to see because the video quality's ass, my bad. But the background has these hills. Here, that's better. It has these hills with the crosses, adds some nice depth. And then when you finally change into the cube, you fall through these hoops that have the stars. That's my logo, by the way. I put that there. It's not them. But it's just brilliant. And like the different... Oh, the huge swirl going across, connecting both of them is just so brilliant with the fire and like all of the different lighting going on at different times, the pulses. That's just Zeptress doing what they do best. They absolutely nailed how I wanted this ship to feel like it's your final effort to get out of the drug trip that is the rainbow psychedelic section, right before you're being pulled back down again into the pits of hell for the guitar solo. So they did such a great job. And they made this part feel huge and monstrous. One final calm before the storm. I like how that cloud comes across you right as it ends. And yeah, I know this part's really short and many people might not remember it, but I think it rules. All right, and we get into the real meat of the guitar solo. This is a quote from the song that's in the level and it says it right in the song right when you get here. So, and this is actually, if you could count it, this is my decoration right here, that 2.0 monster looking down at you right as you get into the crazy gameplay that you're about to. So this screen right here, except for that blue orb, was all me. But anyways, real one to talk about right now is the GOAT Dyrus, who decorated this first part of the solo. So Dyrus, I think I mentioned it at the beginning of the video, but they made what I think is a contender for the best Mega Collab part of all time, which is their Woogie-inspired duel in Idols. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you are missing out. It's absolutely brilliant design work. So it was literally a dream come true when they agreed to decorate my gameplay of all parts in the level. And what I love about this part is it's so chaotic. Okay, like all these crazy particles, these crazy changing pulses, the particles flying all over the place, the camera zooms, going nuts mode. It's chaotic, it's energetic. But then when you really start to look at it, it's got some classic GD design choices with these blocks overlapping each other inside these structures, some 1.99 circles blocks in there. It's awesome. It's exactly what I wanted my gameplay part to feel like. It's all over the place, it's crazy, it's wonderful. So I'm more than elated that Dyrus has a part in this level. Also a little fun fact, I kind of fucked this part up in the merging process. A lot of people might not know because it didn't really do a ton. All it did was change the color of the part from orange to red. If you'd believe it, this part was almost completely orange. There's some hints of orange in there, obviously, but yeah. Some pulse, some color trigger somewhere in the level changed this part to be red, and when I saw that it did that, I left it because I thought that it looked better, just by a hair. And yeah, I think that because you're getting pulled back into the meat of the hell look of the level, having it be pure beet red is exactly what it needs to be. So yeah, might not be Dyrus's exact vision, but you know, I think it works beautifully, and I'm really glad that they built a part. Alright, this next little crazy wave section was decorated by AT424, or AT424, whatever they go by. So this wave I was a little worried about when I knew I had to find a decorator for it. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find a creator that could nail the certain look for this wave without kind of making it look a little bit like messy and out of place, because the structuring is not normal. Like there's huge slopes, spikes going like right next to each other, slopes overlapping. The layout's a mess, trust me, you don't want to know. But I was worried that someone couldn't nail this wave because it's not the kind of gameplay that a lot of people really like to build. It's not natural. But I shouldn't have been worried because AT424 did a freaking fantastic job, obviously. I found them through a little level that I think it's still on the list, but whatever. A little level called Silent Lunch, which is a level I'm also very proud to have built some gameplay for. You should go check it out. They built a part in that level, and Mop was in production while Dreamtide asked me to build some gameplay in Silent Lunch. And I was looking through the decorators that were working on Silent Lunch when it was in production, and I was looking at the parts, and I was like, oh, this has got some pretty cool, like, classic-y 2.0 feel. And then I saw AT424's part, and I was like, ooh, this is interesting. Because they had a style that like was like really punchy, really broody, really distinct, and it looked like they really like figured out how they wanted to build. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give them a shot. I'm gonna see if they can nail this wave part, and they did. They gave it a really grand cathedral look with like the church stained glass windows with the crosses in the middle. Absolutely brilliant design choice. The blood piercing on the top of these pointed spikes, absolutely beautiful. They nailed this part, and I would have it look no other way. And I love how freaking hot the background feels, like you're in the freaking middle of hell or something. I don't know, that might have been the theme. I can't really tell, but anyways, love this part. All right, and out of AT424 we get into Doosker Who's part, which will finish off my gameplay, and this is one of my personal favorite parts in the level. Feels very 2.0, which is the update that I really started joining the community and playing the game regularly, so it was a nice way to pay homage to that update. And another reason that I picked Doosker for my gameplay was to because I needed to find someone that could nail that classic 2.0 look, but have it feel modern as well. So originally, and I don't think anybody knows this except me, DT Mark, who is a creator that probably nobody watching this video knows who that is, but they made one of my favorite levels in the game, which is called Beast Slayer. It's a 7-star that you all should go play. It's super ahead of its time, an incredible 2.0 level, and it was one of the first levels that I saw in the game when I first started playing it again in 2.0. So I asked DT Mark, I was like, hey, I know you don't really build anymore, and this is a crazy ask, but would you want to decorate something in my level? And they said that they were really flattered, but they declined because they don't play the game anymore, which is super freaking fair. But that still kind of inspired me. I was like, I want someone who can do a 2.0 look, because that's always going to be at the heart of my inspiration for decoration is 2.0. So I got Dusker who did a wonderful job. They nailed the look, gave it their own flair, and they made this part even more claustrophobic than it already would be. There's so many like large looming structures, brick walls that enclose you into the part. The grayscale makes it even more crazy. Got some nice particles in there, just like and there's so many moving parts. Like there's huge dark structures, but then there's backgrounds moving all over the place, and it's all encased in this crazy, like almost like a crazy fucked up factory or something. Like it's just awesome. It's just so fucking cool. And I love that this part looks like this, and I would have it no other way. And anybody who doesn't like the 2.0 update, you can suck my nards, because we would not have a part that looks like this if it weren't for that beautiful update. So yeah, I am a huge fan of Dusker Who's work, and I'm really glad to have them in my level. All right, and finally climbing out of my gameplay, we have one of my quotes. Time marches on. The level, even though you just went through one of the craziest parts in it, it's not over yet, bro. Time marches on, which is from a wonderful song by Metallica called For Whom the Bell Tolls, one of their biggest songs, one of my favorites from that album. And we keep pushing on. So next up, we have... oh yeah, we have Silver's part, a creator with a very classic style. I knew once I knew that Silver was going to build a level, I knew I wanted them to go right after the super high energy solo, because their simple style would kind of be like an effective calm after the storm, kind of a bring down as you're going into the next stretch of the level. And they nailed that, of course. Silver is a wonderful creator that has built in many a classic GD list demon, and honestly, this part's pretty close to being and feeling like a classic 1.9 part. I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. You got all the ingredients there for it to feel like that, and yeah, they did a great job. I'm really glad to have them in there. More classic GD design and feel by all freaking means. This is the hell levels we know and love to see. Wonderful. All right, as we come out of Silver, we get into a part that I'm gonna have to do some explaining about. 82 Wyatt's decoration is one of the most, I guess, different looking parts in the entire level, mainly because there's not red, orange, any hell classic look anywhere to be seen in the part whatsoever. It's blue and purple, actually. Pretty sure that's opposite on the color wheel of all those colors I listed. Crazy. So what the heck is going on here, Zink, you might ask, and I will tell you what. Not really sure. No, I'm just kidding. This is a part that is fully made in homage to Metallica's other album, Ride the Lightning, the counterpart to Master of Puppets. A lot of people like to think of it as. It's got a lot of blue, lightning literally making a lot of the designs and platforms and stuff. And I guess to back up, because I was getting a little bit ahead of myself, my good friend Blaze Roll made the gameplay for this part and the next one, which we'll get to, and he only wanted to decorate half of his gameplay part, which he did next, which is coming up. But for the first half, we wanted to find someone else, and I was like, you know what? Very humble, and also less work for you to do, totally fair. So, this first half of his gameplay that you're seeing on the screen right now has the record in Master of Puppets for most dropped creators, meaning that there was probably, I'm not kidding, multiple dozens of people that said that they would decorate this part and then didn't do it. So take that with what you will. I think the gameplay is absolutely beautiful. You got this awesome spider that goes up and down and freaking crazy and blasts you past 82 Wyatt's logo, and then this massive downwardly sloped a little bit structure, and then this huge pink orb chain. Oh yeah, and then a freaking robot memory maze out of nowhere. Why wouldn't anybody want to decorate this gameplay? I don't know. It's up to you to say, I guess. But anyways, Blaze saw that a lot of people were dropping this part and offered multiple times to remake the gameplay so that it would be more friendly for a decorator to decorate on. And every time that he offered, I said, no! I'm sticking to my guns. I think this part is freaking awesome. It's fun to play. It feels like a freaking classic GD part. I am gonna find someone, I promise you, who decorates this goddamn part. It's gonna happen, okay? And you know what? I was right, just like I always am, man. I know what I'm fucking doing, okay? People gotta trust me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm flying off the handle a little bit there. Anyways, unironically, jokes aside, I am so happy that I stuck to my guns, because when I saw Wyatt's distinct, hazy, kind of effecty, kind of a freaking crazy style, I knew he had to be the one. And you know what? He was. And funnily enough, I did not even instruct him to make this a Ride the Lightning homage of a part. But you know what? By all freaking means, more love for Metallica means Zink happy time. So yeah, I'm really glad that more of their work got some love in the level, like in a more literal sense. Oh, and by the way, there used to be nothing there on the screen right there, and then I was like, why don't you put the electric chair from the album cover in the part, in like a made out of lightning, like your logo? So I'm glad I told them to do that, because it looks freaking awesome and they did a wonderful job. So I just love how like insanely huge this part feels, and most of that is attributed to Blaze's gameplay, where you fly all these huge jumps, barely making it from platform to platform. The effects are pounding, the lightning is booming thunderously. It's an awesome part. And I love how it sticks out and is completely different looking from the part that comes right after it. Wyatt did a wonderful job. I love this part so much. It's so cool. It's one of my personal favorites. But anyways, as I said, this gameplay from the previous part and the one on screen right now was both made by Blaze, and Blaze decorated this part right here. Also, by the way, it's fixed in the final level, but Blaze pointed out that this swirling black vortex is only supposed to be on the sides. You're not supposed to see this, so it's a little bit of a visual error. That's my fucking bad. I suck at merging. I'm sorry. I fixed it. Anyways, in my opinion, this is Blaze's best decoration that he's ever made. And Blaze is one of my closest friends like in the world, and someone I consider to be a genuinely great classic design creator. They have multiple classic design parts and levels like Tempest Tornado and others. They even have their own solo Hard Demon, which you should go play right now. Everything by Blaze Roll. It's freaking awesome. But anyways, they don't build much anymore, but I wanted him one last time bring out that classic Blaze GD design look that we all love. And I'm so glad he followed through, because if I hadn't pushed him to do this, he wouldn't have made what is to be, I consider, his best deco work to date. All of these designs are thoroughly competent, amazing looking, and only exist to service the gameplay that he made, and they do a wonderful job just at that. Brilliant grass pickings that he chose to put on the sides here, which is just like adds that little blaze touch that I love. Brilliant glow usage, awesome use of black to accent all of the bright red that we get to see, and it's just what you love to see. It's Blaze doing what he does best. It's classic GD design. I know I've said that a lot in this video, but it's true. That's what a lot of the levels that inspired this level were built in the foundation of. So I'm just so glad that Blaze decided to build this, because just look at these designs and tell me you don't love Geometry Dash. Come on, it's wonderful. All right, enough glazing my best friends as we get into the wonderful and incomparable Augie's decoration. So, as I said previously in the video, Wasseretta is one of my favorite extreme demons of all time, and I've always loved Augie's style in that level and in other levels that they've built. I also love their solo work. So at first I thought it'd be a long shot to get them to build in Master of Puppets, but I was super happy when they said yes, because they don't create very much anymore. They're still around, and they have made their mark on the game in a great way, but I'm super happy that they built this part, because it's honestly one of my favorites in the level. It perfectly matched how claustrophobic of a climb Shiman wanted this part to feel like, and they represented the song perfectly. And a detail that I've always loved is, as you can see, that starts around here, these kind of like zigzaggy things that encase you into the part, they move up and down to the beat of the, not the beat, I guess the strumming of the guitar, I don't know. You can see them move up and down if I play it here. It'll happen again later on too. You can see it in 1 second, hold on here. It's so more intense than the part already would be. It's such a nice detail. I've always loved that. And then aside from that, their design work is just brilliant. Like it feels straight out of like if you took Wasseretta and made it hell themed, kinda. Like there's something about how it feels classic, but also kind of like one of those like it's the kind of love that people don't like for some reason, which is like, oh, it's just another Glow mega collab where they put glow on everything. But like the designs are so clean and honestly so intricate. They use so many different kinds of objects that the glow just adds to how much texture there is in such an interesting way. And with how much that you touch the platforms and hit your head on this part and like go all over the place, you get to see every bit and piece of it as you go by. Aside, and adding on to that, it's a claustrophobic freaking nightmare to play this part, so it's just a perfect place in my little ring of hell that we made here. So I'm so glad that Augie made this. It's a brilliant part, one of my personal favorites because of the claustrophobicness, which is one of my actual fears in real life. So there you go, wonderful part. Climbing our way out of Augie's part, we get into ZeniUX's decoration. Really, really cool to have them in this level. They have a really clean and kind of artsy style, and something that I really liked in their resume was that they've built multiple list demons, and one of them being Critical Eat. I almost just said Critical Eat. Wow, okay. Critical Heat. They had some experience building super crazy fiery decorations, so that I knew that they knew how to do a great job decorating gameplay like this with a theme like this. And I was freaking right, because they did not freaking disappoint whatsoever. All the skulls hanging from the chains, those crazy freaking pulses, the fire waterfalls or whatever that is. Fire going everywhere, the skulls, the freaking skeletons were in hell, motherfucker. That's what it's all about, dude. ZeniUX. I think that ZeniUX has even grown even more since building this part, which is, they had already done a pretty great job of establishing themselves at the time, but they've built some really, really awesome and in-depth, what's it called? Artsy styled, modern-y, environmentally based levels. There's one really cool one where you have to like jump across a moving train, and it's great. You should go play their levels. But anyways, not much else to say. They just did a great job matching that crazy fiery intensity deco that I knew that they could. By the way, this little guy standing on this thing is something that Scripto made, who made the gameplay, and I'm pretty sure that they put this in all their layout parts, and then the host of whatever layout or level they're going to build in just decides to remove it because it's really stupid and crazy and like, what is that? But I'm the kind of host that leaves it the freak in the level, so it's gonna be there forever. There's a little dude riding on a freaking ground spike monster. What are you gonna freaking do about it, okay? By the way, Scripto building in this level is one of the biggest honors of my entire creating career, because Scripto is probably the biggest inspiration for my own creating style. Their gameplay flows perfectly, each click going right into the next like a freaking genius. Their gameplay is wonderful. They're taking click sync and making it actually always feeling natural and fun and awesome and great, and I love Scripto's gameplay and I always will. Shout out to Scripto. By the way, the final thing I want to mention about this part is one of the coolest pieces of decoration in any freaking level. This massive skeleton freaking metal sign of the horned devil, like thrash metal symbol that freaking shows up and then pulls away right as you climb away. It's like, come on, man. No other level is gonna have something that looks like that, because it's just badass as fuck, dude. I fucking love that skeleton hand. Thank God ZeniX put that in. I love it so much. I love this part. All right, and moving right along into the next part. This was decorated and also gameplay by Hideous Toaster. Always been an unforgettable username, by the way. That's just insane. But so, to be completely honest with you, I don't remember how I found this creator. The best guess I have is that I'm pretty sure I asked them to build in literally all of my other collabs. Like when I was making my first one, I was like trying to find lesser known creators to build, and they never built any of my other collabs, and I had never worked with them directly before this level. So I'm pretty sure what happened is that I asked them 3 different times to build in my other levels, and they declined every one. But for some reason, for the most ambitious one of them all, they said yes for Master of Puppets. And you know what? There you freaking go. They don't. I guarantee you a lot of people listening to this, maybe everybody listening to this, doesn't even know who this creator is, because they don't really have that notable of a resume. But whatever I saw in them was great, because they honestly are a very respectable creator. Their gameplay is very, very pleasing to look at. Goes great with the song. It's super, super smooth, as you can see. A lot of the clicks just flow right into the next very nicely. Their structures they kind of combined like these huge like spike pillar things that you see in Rust with some more classic style like clubstep monsters, classic slopes, you know. They got a classic GD feel that you all know by now that I love. And yeah, it's just some classic hell design, you know. Maybe on the simpler side, but you know, nothing wrong with that at all. Really love the pulse work in this part, and I had them upgrade the ground spikes. I remember that. But yeah, just a very nice part. And another fun fact is they asked if 2 of their friends could build in this level, and at the time when they asked me, I needed creators, so I said yes. I think I mentioned it earlier, but one of them was for, if I could quickly find it, this part right here. The gameplay in this part was made by Zodge, and they used to go by Frag, but they go by Zodge now. And this was a gameplay creator that I had never heard of or seen work from before. But I mean, Hideous Toaster did a good job, so I was like, you know what? If you think your friends could add on to the level, why not bring them on in? I need people. And this gameplay goes perfectly with this claustrophobic part back here. But anyways, oh yeah, and the next part, Hideous Toaster made the gameplay for this next part too, and before I get into that, should mention, you know, these quotes here. I think this is pretty obvious. Die is just in like almost every Metallica song. You can probably find it. So it's a classic hell, goofy, cheesy, sinister quote. I had to put it in there somewhere. Ending is near. I wanted to find one that indicated exactly what this says. So this is from the wonderful song Fight Fire with Fire. It does say that in there, so it fits very well for this little transition part. I noticed that there was like 2 little slots that were just empty, and I was like, you know what? Let's put some quotes here. But anyways, this gameplay in this next part was also made by Hideous Toaster, but they didn't want to decorate it, so they got their friend Average. I think they go by Average00 fully, but anyways. They said their friend could do a pretty decent job decorating, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make this interesting, and I'm not even gonna ask them for any of their deco work at all. I had never seen their work before they made this part, so it was kind of like a nice almost challenge. I was like, let's see what you can do. Wow me. You coming in here, I'm inviting you with no knowing if you're gonna do a good job. Wow me. And you know what? They did a very good job. They're very capable. Hideous Toaster obviously knew that their friends could add something to my level, so it's kind of like a blessing not blessing in disguise, more like a miracle, I guess. Sounds bigger than it is, but like seriously, I didn't really know any of these guys, and they just came out of nowhere and made some awesome designs. Yeah, I really, something that's always stood out to me about this part in particular is how warm the lighting is. Got these like nice, nothing really like really blasts your eyes like in a lot of other parts. It's not really like too over the top. It's just very, very pleasing to look at. They use a lot of orange, which is like a stark contrast to how much red is in a lot of parts, obviously. And if you take a look at these designs, I love how the glow seeps through these like grid blocks. It's adds a nice texture. They use a lot of different blocks right next to each other, but they definitely know what they're doing because they all go well together. And it's just a very nice kind of warm part. It's kind of like, I kind of see it as one of the last moments of brevity, I guess you could say, in the level before it gets really crazy. But yeah, mainly my favorite part about this part is the lighting and the pulse work and stuff, but I guess the color adds to that too. But designs are very sleek, very nice. I'm really glad that I had them built. Average did a great job. So before we get into the next part, I remember, yes, I have another quote. This one just sounded badass. You know, slaughter. It's an extreme demon sounding word for obvious reasons, and it's just so huge of a thing to say, and it's just looming over you as you get into one of the last parts in the level. And that is from the wonderful song Disposable Heroes. One of my favorite Metallica songs, actually. So yeah, another great quote. But anyways, before I talk about this next part, I want to add something on to the story of it. So just in general with this level, before I started it, and before, it was kind of like when I was in the layout phase, I think, and it was while I was trying to gather decorators, I set a small challenge for myself. And that was that I wanted to see if it was possible to have a part in this level that I could honestly look at and say that is a contender for the best Mega Collab part of all time. Or at least one of the best. Like, I could honestly look at it and say that they did a wonderful job, and I wanted to push myself to find someone who could deliver on that and work with them, have good direction to add on to what they're going with, and really make something that I could say is one of the best I've ever seen. And I know that was going to be difficult, but you know what? Aimbotter, who made this next part, made that goal super achievable. If you just take a look at it, I think it's pretty obvious why this is my pick for that challenge's completion. It's just absolutely wonderful, everything about it. It's hard to put into words, really, how remarkable this part is, but I think anyone can see that it's great. Aimbotter is honestly one of the most talented throw creators that I've seen in recent memory. and this part is definitely proof of that. Something that a lot of people don't know about this part is they actually finished this a long time ago, and it was in a much different state a few years ago. A lot of the details and things that are added on to this part did not come until much later. So they finished their part when I found them. This is probably like almost 4 years ago now, and it was mostly just like these like kind of castle wall-y looking blocks, gray bricks. Kind of wanted to make it look like a castle, but the background was like almost like a dark red. It was way different looking, and there was just a lot of these details missing. So what I took that as is I still liked their original part, but when they wanted to come back and add on to it, it seemed like they spent a couple years developing their style and really growing themselves as a creator, and then came back and upgraded their own work, because this is one of their more early Mega Collab parts. So that's just such an honor, because if they hadn't done that, then I wouldn't have completed my challenge, and we wouldn't have this amazing part that I'm so proud of. Like I said, their old part was still really good. It had like all these beautiful design works on the blocks. It's just a great direction to take the part, but it was lacking a little bit of the energy that I wanted from this part in the level, and that I knew Aimbotter was capable of from seeing their solo work. Dude, it's actually like insane that you can like stop this part at like almost any point, and it's just beautiful to look at, man. And it doesn't really have like so much going on to the point where it's like overwhelming. It's just the perfect amount at any point that it needs, man. It's absolutely beautiful. But anyways, when they came back to work on this part, I worked with them to make sure that they didn't like ruin, not that I thought that they would, because I mean they made the part, they knew what they were going for, but I wanted to make sure that they didn't change the original feel that it had when they were going to add on more energy. So I worked with them, but honestly, I can't take credit for any of this. This is all them. The amount of like stark and like potent energy elements that they added on, like the like boiling background, all these crazy bright pulses, the fire that goes on the side of your screen, just how deadly everything looks, all the explosions. It just all comes together to make something that's genuinely incredible. And all of the existing designs too that are on the outside as well fit the theme perfectly. It's a castle straight out of hell. It's like you made it to the final boss almost. That's kind of what it feels like. Of like it almost kind of reminds me of Bowser's Castle a little bit, which is cool. I've always loved how these saws are like spike mace-y looking balls hanging from chains. And then Aimbotter's logo being all over the I can't see it there. All over the little flags that are hanging down. This nice shading to show some perspective. It's just I don't need to say anything else. You're looking at absolute greatness right here. It's just incredible. And I can't thank Aimbotter enough for being a part of this level, because it would not nearly be the same without them, and I'm so proud of the creator that they've turned into since originally starting this part, because I do think that they're one of the most talented creators working today. And this is, I think, can safely say one of my favorite Mega Collab parts of all time. So yeah, shout out to Aimbotter, and moving right along, we get into a part decorated by the wonderful Bedrock. There's Bedrock's little cube, nice. So, a little lesser known level that Bedrock made is a level called Passages, which is a sequel to a level that I think is called like Tunnel or something, and it's like it's an ultra collab. Both of them are like ultra collabs that have like hundreds of creators in them that all build like a second or less than a second often of gameplay and decoration. So they just needed like a ton of people to participate. So I built a small piece of decoration in that level. You can go find it. I don't think the level's rated, but it probably should be. I love that concept of bringing all those people together. It's pretty cool. So when they gave me a chance to build on their level, I was like, you know what? I appreciate that. And there's a lot of creators in this level that invited me to their collab, so I invited them to mine. And Bedrock was one of them. And yeah, they did a great job. And after they built this great part, something that I also wanted to note real quick is that I found out that they're also a master optimizer. So you can thank Bedrock for this level. I know it's laggy, this level, obviously. It's huge and has so many objects. But it would be even more in an unplayable state if Bedrock had not meticulously went through the entirety of this level and removed all the unnecessary objects, which was a great plus that I really appreciate. And I'm really, really grateful that they not only made a part, but made the level optimized even more, which is really, really nice. But yeah, aside from that, I just love their part. It has a really kind of like rough and jagged feel to it. It's obviously supposed to look like a cave. You can see like the walls in the background. It's easier to see on the screen that I was really just on. Yeah, like these walls of the cave, you can see like it looks like it just goes on forever. There's these nice stalactites. I think the tights are on the ceiling. Some of them fall down from the sky and splash into the water. I say water, it's obviously fucking lava. What am I talking about? I've always loved this Club Step monster. It's so hazy and like bleeding red, which is kind of a nice, makes it pop out against the orange around it. And it's also kind of got like a stencil look. I really like it. But yeah, I love how rough and like jagged, I guess. I already said that, but like the way that the blocks look just feels like it would like be so like if you look, it would feel like sandpaper to touch a lot of this, which is like a really, really nice take on hell texturing when you're making designs. So yeah, always loved this part. And again, great gameplay made by Narwhal, the creator of Flame Wall. Always glad to have them in this level as well. A great little part. Speaking of great little parts, this like I think like 1 or 2 second long little robot part right there. I should probably explain why it's so short. I kind of fucked up again. I kind of forgot that I didn't assign this little robot part to anybody. So when I realized that Bedrock had finished at this wave and then the next part kind of starts after this tiny little robot section that Narwhal made, I was like, I want to find someone. I was like, I took that as kind of like a message to make this like pop out in a really interesting way. So I wanted to find out a really crazy creator that could go ham, just go freaking crazy with their style in this little part. So I was looking through recently rated levels at the time, and I came across this wild level called Kidcore, which is kind of like a modern psychedelic-y looking, just crazy, rainbowy. It's just a nuts level. You should go check it out. But anyways, it has such a strange and like extravagant, huge, grand quality to it, that level, and it really stood out to me. So I decided to shoot my shot with Esteban, who decorated this part, and see if they could make their style fit with the hell theme, and they did a great job. Their style really sticks in your head, with especially just in this short runtime. Seeing it here, it's really sweet. I love this little animation of the Club Step monster coming towards you. Is so cool. I love how cartoony it looks. I love the upside down crosses on with his logo. It's just nice. It's just a nice little cartoony part. It fits in great with other parts in the level as well. So it's just really cool. Really, really nice little part right there. So this is the first time that I'm actually directly talking about this part that you're seeing right here. Not Esteban, but Maxerman's part. Everything essentially that they built for my level is on screen right now. So I was going to have Maxerman build the entirety of the next part from this ship portal on to the last cube in it. And I was really happy when they decided to say yes, because I think they're one of the best modern creators, that every idea they put into the editor is so poignant and memorable. I love video. It's just so long and kind of sprawling and like all these different ideas, and they have a really memorable style. So I was really happy when they said yes. And they decorated this one little structure with the blue pads on it right there, and then they dropped the part. And I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be funny if I kept that decoration in? And that's Maximin's part, and that will always be Maximin's part. So shout out to them. They decorated this one structure, and that's about it. Very, very happy about it too. Great job, Maximin. Just phenomenal work. Alright, moving on into one of the last parts of the level, Ronley's part. This is also decorated by a creator that just randomly showed up in my recommended on YouTube one day. I just saw their work in some level that they were working on. I was like, you know what, that's kind of like a nice little calming design style. So I reached out and they said yes. This is definitely like the final calm before the storm, this part. Definitely on the simpler side, but I think it's effective. It's pretty broody, which is nice. A lot of darkness looming in, which kind of like is a nice reference to the fact that you're at the final stages of the level. I've always loved waves like this that just happen for like a split second where all the detail goes away and you're just faced with this looming structure that you have to make your way through as you make your way back into the normal decoration. I really like how this focuses on different kinds of block design. You got the classic like techie looking rectangular ones right here, and then you got the slopes with the rocks and fire. Nice little contrast. Very nice. Definitely a different change of pace of part compared to what we've seen surrounding it. But as I said, it's a nice little calm before the storm. And it just like looks, it's really easy on the eyes. That's the best way I can describe this part. And yeah, always really liked it. All right, nearing the end now. And from this point on, except for the very, very, very last part, but from this point on for now, I like to call this the final climb, because it is a climb. You're starting from what was near the bottom of the 2.1 editor and going all the way to the top. And like I said before, all the gameplay you're going to see in this part was made by Shaman when they were crazily intoxicated on alcohol. So that's why it's kind of all over the place. But it's just a nice chaotic climb, your final reach to get out of hell. And yeah, let's talk about it. So this entirety of this final climb, as I call it, was decorated by 3 creators, namely Tensk, Spray, and RobTop Freak. So let's start with Tensk. So it's so cool that Tensk has stayed with me over the years. They've built the most amount of decoration in my first collab, and that was made like almost probably like 5-6 years ago now. Wow. And they're still working with me to this day, and they made some great decoration in this level, and it's really heartwarming that they're still involved and care about my levels, because I think they're a great creator. So they built the most amount of decoration in this part, aside from the other 2 creators. They built this first half that you're seeing right now, years before the second half that you're going to see later on. And both parts are very, very, very different. They were focusing more on kind of like a hellish design here, and then the next part is focusing on more of like an effect style that they've grown into, which they built years later, which is very kind of cool to see that growth in real time. But yeah, I love how this first part is way more claustrophobic than the next one that you'll see that they built. You have these kind of neat designs with the stars that kind of pay homage. I kind of like to see it as paying homage to other designy kind of parts that happen earlier in the level, with these like metallic slopes and that one Jor's part. You got the furnace-y looking bars blocking the fire. You've got, of course, the crazy claustrophobic ground spikes going all over the place. 2.0 fire swirling. Black swirls going everywhere. It's crazy. It's awesome. You love it to see it. And actually, the only thing that Tensk didn't made in what you're seeing right here is the background. And that's what RobTop Freak's contribution to the level is. I noticed that they built all these designs and didn't put in a background, and I wanted a little something something going on back there. So I got Rob Top Freak to make this awesome forest with these trees in the background. And that was actually my idea. I wanted that to look like a forest. And I think it just looks really cool, and it's not something you'd expect to see in hellish design that looks like this. But also, it's a subtle reference to Gravity Falls, which is my favorite TV show, and I've always wanted to have that show's representation in one of my levels. So I had to make this huge forest that's burning in hell. Kind of gives me weird Mageddon vibes if anybody's seen the show. But yeah, they did a great job, and I'm really glad that I came up with that idea. I'm really glad that they absolutely nailed the execution, because it's a really nice backdrop to an already great part. And I love how the trees like kind of fall away like that as you get into the next half and the next part. It's really, really sweet. But yeah, I love how the trees kind of look like pretty simple shapes, because it contrasts like how detailed these blocks are, but it also fits in super well with Tensk's style. And like I props to Tense for building so much decoration in this level, because they also had one of the hardest gameplay parts to work with, because these structures are just crazy, man. You got duels that last for like 1 second, and then you got all these other pads that you don't even get to touch ever. I like how this entire little section is just covered in black for a second, because why not? It's super cool. You got waves on dash orbs that you got to decorate. You got all this crazy shit. It's just awesome. I love the little hint of purple in here too. It's just a nice little touch. But anyways, originally Tense, I didn't make the background, so I got Rob Top Freak to do that. But they also kind of stopped building right after this straight fly, this curved straight fly, which I've always loved. They've stopped like right here. So this swing copter that comes up next, I needed somebody to decorate it. So I know that Tensk collaborated a lot of the time with a creator by the name of Spray. They've built a couple collabs that are up on the server. You can go check them out. My favorite one of theirs is Simulation Swarm. You should go check out that level. But I knew that Spray and Tense had worked together a lot, so I was like, I'll ask Spray to continue where Tense left off. And they were the creator that was actually supposed to finish the second half of the final climb from this point onward. And all they really did was decorate this swing copter, and that's it. And then they had to drop because of other obligations they had. But I really like what they did, because it feels like the part is kind of falling apart once you get to this point. There's even more lava, there's even more jagged obstacles you have to worry about. But also, it kind of gives you a moment to breathe after all that. The trees fall away, you're just looking at straight swing copter gameplay with a GD background. It's like a nice transitional kind of part. So they continued Tensk's old work and made it calm down just a slight hair right before you get into the next little second half that Tensk went and built many years later, because I had a hard time finding someone else to pick this up after Spray dropped after building the swing copter. But yeah, Tense took inspiration from Spray's kind of linear style for the next section that you're about to see right now. So it takes a very stark difference there, completely different. But this is the same creator, I assure you. They're just that versatile. It's pretty cool. And I like that they, this still kind of feels like hell with the fire looming at the bottom and in different places. But obviously, it's paying sort of an homage to the Rainbow Psychedelic section in the level earlier. So we got Tensk building some Hell Deco at one point in his creating career, and then building some Rainbow Psychedelic Deco in the other point in his creating career, which is the both most prevalent themes in Master of Puppets. There we go. I said it. Very, very cool. I love that this is the final climax, the last Rainbow Deco you see in the level before it ends. And I love how it has a totally different feel to the other part, just to show how versatile the look of this level is. I love all of the structures kind of forming to meet you as you get to them. all this crazy gameplay means you have to have all these crazy slopes that look super intimidating when you have to fly up towards them as you're climbing up. And all of the pulse work is just brilliant. It's just absolute eye candy to look at with the color choices, these huge spinning structures, and I love how many slopes are used in this part just to really hone in on that verticality. So yeah, it's just wonderful. I always love working with Tensk. They're an absolutely brilliant creator, and would have had it no other way to have these 3 creators work on the final climb. So we're almost through all of the parts. We have one more quote to talk about. One more quote to talk about before we get to the final part that has gameplay. I'll talk about the end screen a little bit too. But this quote, "So let it be done," I think it's pretty obvious. You got one more part to go. Let's finish this thing is basically what it's saying. And that is from a wonderful song called Creeping Death by Metallica. Nice little final quote before you blast off into the next part. And by the way, this is another great example of me being bad at merging. So there's an invisible teleportal that, like, once you get through these last clicks and you hit this last black orb, you can see the entire level zooming downwards. And that's because I didn't know how to make it so that the next part wouldn't overlap with this decoration without doing some crazy trigger work. So I literally just like put it all the way underneath this entire part, which is also kind of cool in its own way because you're going right back down to hell and it never really ends, I guess is what it's trying to say. But yeah, look at this in slow-mo. You just go like that. But anyways, this final part was made by Heisenberg, TheZinkYT, and my good IRL friend from childhood, Joe Debra, who made the gameplay. And since the gameplay was made by somebody who is a very inexperienced creator and doesn't really play the game, they're just a good friend of mine, I wanted to find people that could do decoration that were also maybe less experienced, but also kind of like from that old era of creators that hadn't really built in a while, just because I think they would all fit together for this part. So, to explain who Heisenberg is, one night in 2022, I was in a call with Paco, wonderful demon list person, verifier of Silent Club Step. You know them, who doesn't? I was in a call with Paco, and they came across Heisenberg's old levels from 2.0. They were someone who had built a lot of levels, but never got much attention or recognition, so meaning that they didn't really have many rated levels. They have a few, but still to this day don't have many, but they have a lot of levels on their account. You should go check out their work. So we were going through their levels, and we really liked what they made back then. And I felt kind of bad that they never really got the attention that they deserve, because they have this really nice, simple style, and it's kind of like a breath of fresh air in the midst of all the insanity that goes on in 2.0 levels, of course. They kind of have a simple, more laid-back, pastel-y kind of style that I liked. So, but even in 2022, back then, they had stopped playing the game, and they hadn't built in a while. So I had to do a bunch of digging on the internet and go through a bunch of different accounts, and it took a little bit of digging, but I found their new Discord account because they had changed their username by this point, and they said that they had quit the game when I asked them to build in the level. And they also are Russian, by the way, so there's a bit of a language barrier, but I did some convincing. And I said, it's just like a 2-second little part. You don't have to do much. Just want to have some of your decoration in the level. And they said yes. And I'm so glad that they did, because it's honestly an honor to have this creator's work now seen by the biggest audience that they've ever had. And aside from that, I genuinely love what they made. Like, look at these designs. They feel straight out of kind of like early 2.1, maybe some 2.0 in there as well. And it just feels so classic. It's just like a nice little like finish off for the level, it's like, yeah, we're back in GD, we're back in the good old days, let's finish this thing. So the designs are just brilliant, and because there's so many mirror portals in this part, because of my friend wanted to put those in there, it's kind of hard to really take in how smart the design work is here, but I've always really loved it. It's kind of hard to see because of the fade to black that you get, but if I pause it right at the right time, this is good enough. I've always liked this little kind of, it's almost kind of like an old school lantern, but instead of having like glass on it, it's literally just kind of like a cauldron that has some fire in it, and it's like the last final set piece that you see before leaving the level. And I've kind of always seen it as the light at the end of the tunnel, which is really neat, and it's just like a really interesting design choice that's just sitting on atop some rocks. And I've always really liked how they mixed rocks along with some more normal 2.0/1.90 kind of block designs. This isn't the greatest example, the other block was, but yeah, I love these 2.1 and 2.0-y looking designs. The magma blocks are really nice. These curved structures that connect the saws and different things. It's just old school, man. It's classic. I love the look. Heisenberg did a great job, especially for not having built in over, like, I think it was like over 5+ years they hadn't built. I know that they more regularly play the game nowadays. I don't think they create as much, but they're still around. And it's really nice that they ended up in the level. So a couple years went by, and I went back and looked at this part, and I thought that it could use a little something more. Heisenberg made a great base, of course, great old school looking base, but I wanted a little something more, some more like in the air. Like this glow wasn't here before. These kind of like diagonal pillars weren't here before. Just a little something more going on in the air, you know? Because it was a little lacking at the time. So I was like, who else? What other old school creator could I find? And remember a little while ago, I mentioned that there are 4 creators off the top of my head that all have similar usernames. Me, Zink, Zoink, of course, who has nothing to do with this level. But then also Sync with an S, who built a wonderful rainbow part earlier on. And then one more, which is TheZinkYT. They go by a different name nowadays, and definitely don't really play the game anymore. But TheZinkYT back in the day more so was confused with me a lot of the time, because a lot of people would play a little level called Twisted Tranquility and see a part in that level. It has like a dual spider, if I'm not mistaken, like a grayish part. They would see the name on the part being TheZinkYT, and they would think that that was my old username and DM me and be like, yo, I love your part in Twisted Tranquility. And I'd be like, that's not me. So I was like, you know what? Let's ask TheZinkYT. Let's do it. Let's freaking get them back. And I got in contact with them, and they said yeah. And I think that if they were gonna be the one to have to be the only one decorating this part, that they would have said no. But they really didn't have to do too much, just because Heisenberg's base was already so great. But yeah, their upgrades to this part were a great addition. A lot of the glow that you see in the air, a lot of these little like spirals around the orbs, that was all TheZinkYT. It's mostly the air decoration and stuff like that, just a little bit extra flair. I know that they added on some things to the blocks as well, but mostly the air decoration. Just add a little something, little classic touch, and really it was really great to finally talk to the person that I was always compared to, even if we don't really have that much in common. And they genuinely added a great little touch to this final part of the level, and I'm really grateful for it. So yeah, I love this as a nice little last send-off. It's a really nice sentimental part for me, especially. So yeah, nothing else to talk about but this wonderful end screen. And to talk about it a little bit, one of my best friends, Kutsu, is really, really great at creating traditional looking drawings and art in the editor, which is not a skill that I think a lot of people have, which is interesting. Like they can just like draw art great, like on paper or like on the computer really great. Just normally, I think they're a great artist, but they also do a great job of just translating that art into the editor, which is really cool. So I knew that I had to get Kutsu to do the end screen. They also have done the end screen for my two of my other collabs, Has Been and Land of Frogs. So what better way than to bring them back, you know? So Kutsu put a lot of effort into this to recreate the initial feeling of that Master of Puppets album cover that we all know and love, while taking some of my idea to have the credits on the crosses as they go by. They implemented that perfectly with a nice parallax, and yeah, just did a lot of the base work here. But there was some missing elements that they didn't do. They made this font and like all the crosses, the moving stuff, and then the grass, and started on some of the background. They just kind of like laid down the colors and stuff and did some glow work, but like really got busy with school. So I tried to find someone else who could finish off this fiery background that we wanted to have, and I found a creator by the name of Runesvelt who did a great job touching up the texture on the orange, on this dark broody glow that goes in the sky. And essentially I like to think of everything except like 90% of the background was Kutsu, and then the background was mostly Runesvelt, so gave it that nice classic Master of Puppets touch. So yeah, they added some nice texture to the environment, really made it feel full, and I'm really glad that they were able to work together. And this verified by Skizzle thing is inaccurate nowadays. Of course, we know that Scotch Tape verified it now, but yeah, I really love this end screen, honestly. I gave Kutsu such a long list of names, and I kind of feel bad about that now, because it's not just all the creators that built in the level, which is a lot of the names, but then I put like a special thanks section at the end, which you can see starting here. That's my dad and my mom's online username. I know they have those. It's really interesting. And then some of the people that I mentioned, like DT Mark, my good friends Blaze and Moosh and Ant, you know, a bunch of other people too. But I gave them such a long list of names that go by, and they had to go in and manually type all of these out and put them on each cross. So that took a lot of tedious work. But I think I'm very glad and happy that they did that, and I can't thank Kutsu enough for this end screen. But I'm really glad, honestly, looking at all these names now. It's just I wouldn't have been able to make this level without all these people. They helped me throughout my GD career in some way, and all in their own different special way. So really, really appreciate every name that you've seen in this end screen. And to be honest, that's every part in my passion project creative GD level extreme demon extravaganza Master of Puppets. And I as I've went through all of these parts, I've had a Google Doc open with some notes about each part that I wanted to hit, but then a lot of it was also off the dome too, because, you know, I wanted this to have kind of like a classic commentator style feel to the video. But I didn't add anything else after talking about this end screen in the Google Doc, because I kind of wanted to just see how I felt after looking at my level for multiple hours. And you know, I at the end of the day, I don't really have too much else to add. I think if you take anything away from this kind of director's commentary video, just kind of looking through the ending of this level because I really like how it came together. But if you take anything away from this director's commentary, is that all of the things that I've said about every single part, every single detail that I've touched on, everything about it means so much to me. And I just can't thank every single name that's slowly scrolling by on the screen enough. On the screen. I said screen. I meant screen, sorry. I can't thank everybody enough. I really can't. I had a crazy dream to make this huge level and get all these people to want to work with me and kind of send a love letter to Geometry Dash, say that I love this game and I love the hell levels that have inspired me and so many creators for years. It's what a lot of Extreme Demons are known for, and I wanted to give back to the community in the best way that I could and show that I love what you guys love too. I love Extreme Demons, I love super hard things, I love awesome, grand, creative challenges and literal challenges for players to play now. And none of that would have been possible without all these great people that I worked with. And I spent 3.5 years of my life, and every person here was involved in some way for that long as well. I dragged them along for this crazy long journey, and we did it all partially for me because I wanted to make this and I had an idea and I wanted them to make my vision a reality, but mainly to say thank you to this community, because through all of its faults and all of the god-awful shit that can sometimes go on, I know that there's a wonderful amount of amazing people that care so much about each other, care so much about playing this game, and care so much about creating awesome things. There's no other game like Geometry Dash where you can bring this many people together and make this much unique creation all together working for the same goal. And I just wanted to say thank you. And if this level touched you in any way, if it made you think about anything, if you like the level, if you dislike the level, if you think about it in any way, I just want you to know that it was made for you. I want it to evoke feeling out of you. I want you to have fun playing it if you're able to do that. But also, I want it to piss you off a little bit when you're playing it too. Come on. That's what Extreme Demons are for. This is a rage game after all at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Go play Master of Puppets. Get pissed off at all the stupid timings you have to get through. But also have a freaking goddamn blast. Because that at the end of the day, through all the challenges that we went through, and God knows there were many through making this level, it really was a blessing that this got finished, and a blessing that I can share it with all of you. And I care so much about this level, and I always will. It was the biggest creative undertaking I've ever went through in my life, and through all the things that I do in the future, I'll always cherish the things that I learned and the things that I'll always take with me from this level. And the final thing that I'll say in this commentary is that you can make anything that you set your mind to. No matter who you are, no matter what the idea is, there are people out there that want to help you do what you want to do, make what you want to make. I promise you. Because if that wasn't true, then I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking to you and having this level to show for with my name on it. So if you have a crazy creative project out there that you really want to get out, go do it. Don't wait. Freaking get your ass in gear, contact that cool artist you want to contact, and make something that we all can enjoy and share with you. Please do it. And if you don't do it for you, do it for me, because I love art and I love seeing more stuff getting made. And I know you have something to say, so go say it in the coolest way you know how. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this director's commentary that is definitely way too long and kind of just me rambling about bullshit for a long time. But you know what? No, it's not bullshit. It's Master of Puppets, and I'm super fucking proud of it. So thank you to everybody who built in this level. Thank you to every person's name that is in the special thanks as well. Thank you to all my friends and family. And thank you to Geometry Dash for letting me make Master of Puppets. Hold on one gosh darn second. You really thought the commentary was over. And I did too, because I totally forgot to talk about the freaking song that we made for my level. So I'm just inserting this here at the end. I'm recording this a couple days later. After I was editing the commentary together, all the clips, I was like, holy shit, I never talked about our song. So, as many of you know, if you want to make a Geometry Dash level with a song that is not on Newgrounds, you have to find a song that is on Newgrounds to act as sort of the replacement or, you know, the stand-in for the real song. Basically, it's going to be the song that people just take out of their game files and put in the real one. So this entire song side project thing happened really late in the game because I always was like, oh, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it with the Newgrounds song. We'll figure it out. And then like 3.5 years later, after I had started the level, I was like, okay, we're crossing the bridge, dude. We need to we need to figure this shit out. So we made the song. Instead of finding one to act as a replacement, we made it ourselves. I was sitting there as this level was getting finished, and I was like, you know, I could go find like an 8-bit mop cover or like some kind of low effort something that sounds like that on Newgrounds, or something that just has the same BPM. But I was like, it would be so much cooler if we freaking made the Newgrounds version. So we did, and I think it's the best it could have possibly turned out. I am the one singing lead vocals on this track, and you know, I'm not a singer. I don't think anybody thinks of me as a singer, but I was like, come on, like who else is gonna do it? It's my level. So I didn't just like boot up the audio recording software one day and be like, you know what? I can sing, let's do this. Boom, one take, done. If it sounds shit, that's whatever. I'm going to put it in the song. I actually spent a long time trying to make my vocals as good as they could possibly be. And someone who was spectating the creation of the level in the server said that they're a vocal coach at their school. So huge shout out to Scourge of Calamity. You can go look them up on YouTube for coaching me when I was doing the vocals for this song, because my voice is not made for heavy metal vocals at all. So this was really, really tough. And I probably did, I'm not kidding, 12 to 15 takes of each line in the song and picked what we thought would be the best one, me and Scourge of Calamity. So huge shout outs to them, huge thanks to them. The cover would not even be close to listenable without their help. And I did my best. So yeah, I mean, you can't really compare to James Hetfield's original vocals on this song. They're just absolutely perfect. So like, it's not even a point in trying to live up to those standards, but I did my best. So that's all I'll say about that. But really the stars of this cover, the first one is, and yes, that is exactly who you think it is. Playing the guitar, and I'll play this in the background while I'm talking about the song here. Playing the guitar on this cover that you're listening to right now is the one and only Maxis 9. Like, how cool is that, dude? And they do a lot of guitar covers nowadays rather than, I mean, you probably know them for playing, oh wow. Did not expect to see Lego videos. My dad, Max. You probably know them for videos like this, you know, gameplay online, classic old GD videos. But yeah, go check out their guitar covers because they're really talented. If your ears work, you're hearing amazing guitar playing right now, that's Maxis. So when I, in a way, it's kind of paying homage to that really, really old Master of Puppets collab that Maxis made way back in the day that I talked about at the beginning of this commentary. I was like, I gotta have him involved somehow. And when I found out that he did guitar covers that are genuinely really well made, I was like, fuck yeah, that's who I'm getting. That's Maxis 9, dude. So we don't need to hear me. God, sometimes, you know, listening to your own voice. Anyways, huge shout out to Maxis because this song fucking kicks ass. And I would be remiss if I also didn't mention the drums are done by Green Cuber, who also built a decoration part in the level. Originally, before I went and reached out to Maxis, I just straight up went to the MOP Discord server and I was like, does anybody play like electric guitar, bass, drums, anything? And I got a couple people who said yes. Some people, that's who mainly is people in the special thanks, is people who were gonna play on the song but couldn't for one reason or another, or helped me find people. And then I found Maxis 9 and he came in clutch and played the lead and bass, by the way, which is insane. But Green Cuber played the drums on this track, and they were like, yeah, I play the drums when I asked, and I was like, freaking let's do it. And they do a great job. Just take a listen to some of the middle section. Just like, absolutely, you wouldn't even tell that that was a Geometry Dash player. That's freaking professional drum playing if I've ever heard it, to be honest with you. So I'm super happy with how this cover turned out. I should mention that Maxis sent me the guitar track with the lead and bass already mixed in together, so that's why they're listed as doing the instrumental mixing. But I needed somebody to like do a professional like mix of the track with the vocals and the drums and the guitar in one. So I got the person who uploaded it to Newgrounds, by the way, Bunny X, did the vocal mixing and additional mixing as well, to really make the track a finished product. So huge shout outs to them, because not only would the track not be finished without their mixing, the track also wouldn't be freaking in Geometry Dash without them, because they're whitelisted on Newgrounds and they got the song in the game. So also, fun fact, the song got put up, got cleared, everything was great, it was in the game, and then it got taken down because Newgrounds mods love to do that when it's a song that's a cover of something that already exists. So another shout out to Bunny X for, I'm not kidding, emailing the fucking owner of Newgrounds, and that guy responded and cleared the removal and put it back on the site. So like, it's just crazy shit, to be honest with you. But yes, something that I also need to mention is the iconic ending to Master of Puppets has all the laughs that close out the song right here. That one was me, but I was like, I need to get more than just my own laughing on top of each other. So I got Nixegi, who built a gameplay part in the level, Jacko, who was a playtester, and then Flank M and Rickle Pickle are friends of Nixegi, or I think Flank M was a spectator and also was friends with them. I don't know. They're just people. I was like, yo, real quick, I need somebody to record them doing an evil laugh, and I'm going to put it in the song. So huge shout out to them. That was really, really nice of them to do. And I really love that ending. It's honestly probably the best vocals in the whole song. But yeah, if you go and play Master of Puppets and you're crazy enough to not download the actual song, have fun listening to our cover, Master of Dashers. I'm super proud of it. And it's the best that I think it could possibly be. And also, you've been looking at this absolutely exquisite art the entire time I've been talking about this song. And that's made by Zeptress, who also made a little decoration in the level. But there were two reasons why I wanted to get some custom art for this cover. One, because it's fucking awesome, okay? Like, it's awesome. Are you looking at it? It's crazy cool. And the second reason is because I was like, if I'm uploading this to Newgrounds, I am going to need to get the rights to the song in some way, shape, or form. Okay. So I did, to make a long story short, I did all that DistroKid production bullshit where I like sent in the information about the song and then they gave me the fair use agreement, whatever, to put it on Newgrounds. And when they did that, they also uploaded it. They also gave me the option to put it on Spotify and Apple Music. And I was like, fuck it. I made a song. It's going on fucking Spotify, I guess. So you can stream Master of Dashers by TheZinkYT, Maxis 9, Greencuber, and more on Spotify and Apple Music right now. It's been up for since February 2025. Not kidding. So yeah, if you're crazy enough to do that, go take a listen. But yeah, that's the cover art for the single. And Zeptress just did a wonderful job. It has all of the people who play on the song. Me, that's my little Peppa Pig Sans Dipper little outfit there going on. And then we got Greencuber, pretty obvious what that is. And then Maxis 9's little freaking GD cube on the cross there. So thank you to Zeptress for making this art, and thank you to everybody listed here, including Metallica, who made the original song, for making this cover with me, because this was a super fun deal. Even if I'm not the best singer, I had a lot of fun putting this together, and I think it was just super great. And then something real quick that I want to mention before ending this is a little fun thing I did to keep myself sane on the side of hosting this project was when it was nearing the end of the production process, I thought it would be a fun idea to go and ask every single person who built in the level, tell them, give me a song that you would like to put on a playlist. It could be your favorite song. It could be a song you're into right now, anything you want. So that's what we did. We made Master of Playlists. It's up on YouTube and Spotify. You can see a bunch of people from the collab already have it saved. But yeah, that's exactly what this playlist is. It's 80 plus songs. Each one was picked by a person who built in the level. So they're all represented here. I don't think literally every single person is here. But as many as we could get is here. And yeah, if you want to go listen to that, I'll put the links to the cover where you can listen to it, and I'll put the links to these playlists in the description of this commentary. But yeah, just wanted to mention all that music related stuff that goes on with the level. And now we're gonna finally finish off this commentary. Take it away, Zink. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and thank you for listening and watching. Goodbye, everybody.